Okay, testing, testing. It's been a fucking minute since I've done this. How we doing, everyone? Good to see all of you. So, I've been having ISP problems, but cool thing that happened during that break is I got a nice little package from 2K and Gearbox with some new Tales from the Borderlands merch. So I've got an Octavio hoodie now. It's super comfortable, actually. I don't know if you can see much of it right now. There we go. You can see the front. It's an Octavio hoodie. It's appropriate for cold weather, which it is now. So I'm just gonna sit here and be having this. Oh, also there's like a headband. And cool little note. I'll read that off in a second. But also some headphones. So thank you 2K and Gearbox for that. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Oh yeah, it says jump into the high-octane adventure of new tales from the Borderlands. Enter the war-torn metropolis of Meridian City and play as three lovable losers on quite possibly the worst day of their lives. Thank you for joining us in celebrating the launch of New Tales from the Borderlands. To help you blend in on Promethea, we put together custom character-inspired swag from all of us at 2K and Gearbox. We hope that you enjoy guiding the fate of Anu, Fran, and Octavio. Time to make mayhem your business. So, cool stuff. Thank you to all my friends over there. I appreciate being included. Really, it was a nice surprise. I was actually having a quite shit day, and then it's like, oh, there's a package. I'm like, oh, okay, what is this? Cool stuff. Put a smile on my face. Part of the reason why I'm sandbagging so much on the intro, a little more so than usual, is I'm just staring at the connection. I've had some ISP problems intermittently for like the last few months, but they've gotten really bad in the last few days to the point where the last stream it just cut out during, and sometimes I can reconnect. I just could not at all. Um, and I ran a couple test streams on through available services and whatnot. Um, Almost streamed a couple times, and it just within a couple minutes was like, nope, nope, yeah, you're done. So very unstable upload in particular. My download's been fine. It's just been the upload. But they did some maintenance down the street yesterday, so I'm hoping that that improved the situation because I've only talked about it with a neighbor like once because who talks to their neighbors in 2022? But neighbors are having some problems as well. So hopefully enough people complain that they actually came and fixed their shit. So I don't intend to do a full-length stream today. Just some chill Wonderlandsing to get back into the groove of things. I have other stuff that I've been intending to stream. Um, so there's a solid chance you get a stream out of me tomorrow, and Monday we do something different. But we'll see. We'll see. Plans have been totally derailed because of this ISP stuff, and yeah, it's been unpleasant. Anyway, why does it look like my mic volume's so much lower? Hang on. That should be better. Hopefully that's fine. Anyway, I should greet everyone as well. Priz, how you doing? David, Matt, Viper, Glenny, New Mexico, Itsukato, Reckless Monster, Fan. Um, Assassin Zero, good to see you. Currently kind of zoned out because doing Warframe Mass. Understandable. Very understandable. I'm sure I have neighbors. I've had many loud shindigs with friends and never had complaints. Either they're deaf or non-existent. Makes sense. Makes sense. Out of sight, out of mind. Um, So let's do some of the new features. Let me actually move these headphones. I have enough merch related to like Borderlands, Wonderlands now that I really need to get my own section of my room for that stuff. Pat, you really doing that right now? Okay. Hey Beef, how you doing? Oh, other thing that happened. I did end up improving the GTD record for Flak, True Guardian Takedown. 16 minutes 24 seconds. And amusingly, it was my first attempt of that session. Like I sat down because Brick of Butter had gotten a 16:33. Um so I was like, all right, I got to take it back. First run 16:24. You can even see I get the daily challenge for killing a raid boss or like completing a takedown in the recording. And that was my first YouTube upload in about 8 months. But yeah. BL3 time trial was a good time. Anyway. Came back to BL3, never did a Zane Shotgun playthrough, so thought I'd give it a go. Fun. Fun. BL3 is a good time. I've been enjoying playing it again on the side recently. Once again, I'm juggling too many games, but... Stop being so damn good at GTD. I maintain, Beef, that the only reason I am is because I've spent so much time in there. Like, seriously. Other people running the content are better at it than me. Brick of Butter is better at it than me. Walking Around is better at it than me. I just have more hours in GTD than anyone else alive. That's all it is. That is all it is. Like, that's not a flex, it's just I've spent more time there. Have nightmares about GTD? Why? Is it not your thing? I'm sure you've heard the expression, it's like riding a bike, but it really is. Once it clicks for you once, it just becomes fun. It starts out fun if you're the kind of person who likes having a challenge in endgame. But if that's not immediately your taste, then it's just one of those things. Once you get the core mechanics one time, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Any better at it or not? I've tried many times. What part of it is getting you? If you don't mind me asking. I forgot I don't have my Stab-O-Matic equipped. Wonderlands UI. I'll do it the correct way. Don't mind me being stubborn. Oh, I got it this time. Cool. Hey, Pupsy. How you doing? Thank you again, by the way. Crystals never keep up with the enemies. Seem to go down a lot, then I get nuked. Okay, so the big thing with crystals, is this Frostburn I'm using? Yeah. The big thing with crystals beef is that it's the only area in endgame Borderlands content in franchise history to date where the objective is not to kill things. Sometimes killing things is a way of clearing it, but the objective is not to kill. Killing actually makes it more difficult. The more enemies you kill, the more difficult enemies spawn. It's like the first wave, for example, is just your basic guardians, the ones that don't fly, they don't have a particularly aggressive lunge, they just kind of walk at you while shooting. They might do a front flip into you if they get close enough, but they just kind of walk at you for the most part. If you just don't kill those, but you keep them out of the square, then you can charge up the crystal without having to deal with them at all. The more you kill, the tougher it gets. Focus on charging, not killing? Yes. Another useful tip is that if you've ever wondered why people like myself, Stone Swan, talking around, just jump constantly during crystals, most of the Guardian types, their AI kind of changes a little bit when you're in the air, where they will prioritize certain attacks over others, so like, they'll be less likely to close the gap. Diadems can't see you at all, unless you're right in their face if you're jumping. So like you're completely invisible to them. So jump a lot. Try to minimize killing enemies if you can. No thanks necessary. Well, you get them anyway. And a way of thinking about crystals in terms of making it more easy on yourself is once you get one done, it's much easier to juggle two than it is to juggle three. So if you prioritize finishing one as soon as possible, you can just bounce it back and forth between the other two until they're done. Maybe after Hunt's done, I'll try and get good. It's a satisfying feeling to get through a good GTD run, Beef. I really do highly recommend it. You're making me want to play GTD right now. That's how addicted I am to that content. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Good to see you. Jake. You see him in the background? Jake, that is plastic packaging. That is not a toy. Jake. You see him? He's just ignoring me. Jake. A video for Rackstab Flack use? I mean, I have a build video for Rackstab that's super out of date, like before Purple Trees even came out. The build doesn't use Purple Trees, so it's fine. Everything about it's applicable except for like, I guess you equip Guardian Angel instead of Psycho Stabber. But you can see a write-up of the build, Beef. in the flak build stock. And also, if you go to my YouTube, you can just see the world record run I did a few days ago. And I show my skill tree. It's quick, but you can pause and see it. And my guardian rank and my gear, you can see all of that there. You can also get a link to the run from the time trials board, !trials.
That's too good for you. Want to win this, or do you have it? Death everywhere.
Oh, I don't even know what hit me.
Today's not the day. Killing is my job, not yours.
Swordlands franchise don't know what hit me. It's true. It is very true. Ow.
All fired up, are we?
Yep, Doc. Say pushpin with Spore Fuse. Certainly trying. K6 probably hiding in the shadows using Barrel Maker. Wouldn't surprise me. I hope they switch up the featured runs a little bit. I'm sure you guys have noticed, or if you've... Okay, that's a box. If you've heard Lazy talk about it, they haven't mixed up their room choices and curse choices in the featured in a while. Like, this room has been in the last 3 featured. The exact, like, court spawns and stuff aren't completely the same. Nor are the enemies, but the rooms are the same. Which is just kind of stale. Like, it's taking away the big strength of the Chaos Chamber. That being variety. So hopefully they get creative with room choices again, because it's been a while. Other than the Mega Run, I haven't really cared too much for a featured in a bit. Amara action skill used for GTD bosses. That's gonna depend on what build you're doing, Beef. It's not like there's only one Amara build. It really depends on your build. If you're doing a build that's using action skills as the primary damage, then Reverberation or Tandapa does great, but you could even make Phase Slam work. And then there's gun setups where it's just not worth your time to bother changing, so you just Ties That Bind and shoot them. It's really gonna depend. Let's do it with mandatory curse as a whole. Get screwed by curse more than anything in the first room. You only have one mandatory curse. And at least with the curse selection that they've been doing for recent runs, first room is very forgivable. It's a choice between Break It Up and Trust in Magic. And Break It Up is pretty much a non-issue. Keep in mind, I'm running a melee build right now with Break It Up, and I have 3,200 HP and 200 shields, and I'm not having survivability problems. So, like, if this build doesn't have problems with Break It Up, yours doesn't. And then Trust in Magic for most builds is just a survivability increase. That's a good Rain of Arrows. I need to look at the part set of Rain of Arrows to find out which is, like, optimal. But that combo has a good shot. Anarchy is Doom. Get rid of the one mandatory curse? Why? I don't understand. You know Anarchy is one of the biggest buffs in the entire game, right? Like, Anarchy isn't 25% gun damage. It is a 25% multiplier for anything you do that comes out of a gun. It's like, it's not just, oh, you get a few points of stats. It's, no, you just take what you did, extra 25%, unrelated to anything else. You have to hit targets. Yeah. What gun are you using? First, to me, always seems super situational when it comes to the ones that get stuck with. Like currently at cast 65, 66, because Orchidar, only two options are Anarchy, Nasty Spill. That's a pretty easy choice. Remember, in any run, you only ever have to take one curse. In any run, because the room you spawn in always has a curse. But then after that, you always have choices. So, for certain Chaos Trials, it does start you off with, hey, do you want, like, Stay Back or Nasty Spill? For those, it's part of the intended difficulty of the run, because it wouldn't otherwise be difficult without it. But for, like, regular runs, it's just, you can kind of ignore it, as long as you know which curse affects you less out of the starting pair. One curse dooms me. I think you're giving the curse more credit than it deserves. If it's like roguelite, that's understandable. That's one that, you know, some builds where you can't really avoid going down in your gameplay loop, roguelite's a death sentence. Stay Back, if you're on a melee build, that can be really problematic. Outdam Dot, if you're on a dot build, yeah, that's frustrating. But, like, the others, there's counterplay to all of them. Even the ones that are just do less damage, such as Toothless and Nullify, they're just brute force with more damage. Hey, leg of the table. Thank you for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Nightshade and Spriggan. I mean, Spriggan is a Hyperius weapon, so it gets an accuracy buff for you holding the trigger down. So it should roughly cancel out with Anarchy. Anyway. One flies up when I shoot, no problem shooting, just can't deal with the recoil. Ah, the recoil. This might be the first time I ever suggest someone gears with gun handling. If you happen to have an amulet that has gun handling, I don't think I have any right now, that is recoil control. It is an option. It's the first time I've ever even thought to suggest that, but hey, it might be relevant. How you doing, Sinju? Hey, Sora. I understood why Spriggans are so popular. It's a good weapon. There's so many legendaries that better DPS feel better to use. The first couple days of the game, Reckless Monster, before anyone knew what any legendaries did, there were some people who were very adamant that all legendaries needed to be buffed and that the only thing you could use were Nightshades and Spriggans. Now, that wasn't true, but it's something that a lot of content was made around. And remember, content outlives public perception. So if someone makes a video saying, hey, these weapons need to be buffed because everything else sucks, only use these two, then it's going to live on even past that person's opinion changing when presented with new information, right? So I'm not saying that's what's at play here, but that's definitely influenced some people. I just want M11 equivalent in Wonderlands. I understand. Beef. I understand. Even if it's not something I think really needs to happen, I get the desire for it. I can't fault you for that. Hey Don, how you doing? Nasty Spill makes it so I can't even move in the Vorkanar arena, and the dragons just trip venom ranges to die. So, Nasty Spill only pops up from killing an enemy. In the Vorkanar arena, the only enemies are the flying ones that are mostly outside of the arena. So, again, that wouldn't be Nasty Spill doing that. Maybe you have Magma Breach and you're standing still. But Nasty Spill is only gonna happen when you kill something. Which, to be clear, Nasty Spill is just one of the more disruptive curses in general. So, yeah, it's absolutely annoying when you have it. Morning, Jester. Hope things are going smooth with the ISP. I've not seen any stream interruptions thus far. Granted, there's probably fewer people in the neighborhood trying to use it right now. It is a Saturday, but I'm in my normal stream window, and stream hasn't DC'd yet, which is an improvement. So I'm hoping it's better. Nasty Spill in the Dragon Lord arena. That's an example of an annoying one. Nasty Spill in Obelisk rooms as well, because it'll just be self-sustaining. Like, Nasty Spill will kill an enemy, and then that enemy will drop another Nasty Spill puddle, you know, and that'll just continue. In that situation, yeah, it sucks. Going to Diesel Blackouts, basically semi-trucks and diesel trucks drag racing. That sounds metal as fuck. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. Sounds pretty cool. Like a TVHM equivalent. Again, that falls in the category of I wouldn't personally use it, most likely. And I would prefer if we just did a BL3 style of TVHM, if anything, where it's just New Game Plus for people who want it. I don't think attaching endgame difficulty to a second playthrough is a good idea, as proven by how people just received Borderlands 3's endgame approach better than Borderlands 2 and DPS's, of forcing you to do 3 to 4 playthroughs. But as long as it was just a New Game Plus, I don't think it would hurt the game to add at all. I think it'd be something people would use, people would enjoy. Even if it wouldn't be for me personally, I think a lot of people would like it. So, I'm on board. Go through the story again at C100. Yeah, that could be fun. I'd probably do that like once or twice. So a New Game Plus would be cool. Beats vendor farm for good mission rewards. I agree. I agree. So this featured is like, okay. It's not particularly speedrun friendly. He says in the Colony Sherm room. This one is speedrun friendly, but it's not particularly speedrun friendly. Doesn't really do anything different or interesting thus far. Probably a good week to just do boss runs to get as many goes at the vendor as you possibly can. Good, Benny's watching your stream with me and ranting, not about the game. Hi, Benny. I didn't use Tooth Raider. I was wondering where my damage was. Totally forgot about crossbolts. There it is. Night and day. Nasty spill in the rooms with nothing but stupid death clouds and floating eyes can be a cactus sandpaper sandwich. Depending on the enemy type, certain modifiers get really problematic. Like Nasty Spell with bar forms, Stay Back with bar forms. Those get real tough. Yeah, I agree. Oh. I let the enemy shoot me because I was bad about applying my sigil. Rookie mistake. Or, not rookie mistake. Mistake born of rust. Want to see the spec that's being used? Yeah, we'll do. Do it in the loot room. Rusty mistake. Sounds like someone's stage name. Yeah, I came out of retirement just to do a scene with Rusty Mistake. How welcoming. Rusty Mistake. Sounds like an elderly stripper. Best kind, arguably. Special Maker skeletons, they have sand goggles and scopes. Oh, yeah, why they have 100% accuracy? I don't know. Those enemies in the sandstorm are monstrous.
Just take the reward and get out of my face.
It's a good body rune. Alright, what's in the vendor this week? Trill's Fury. A static charge? Ancient Deity. Yeah. Inflammation. Inflammation in the vendor is good news. It's a Claw Sabo Cape of Tides. I want that, but I don't know what for. I guess it'd be relevant to this build. Too much stuff in my inventory. So I can get rid of those. Actually, I want to keep this one. Give me that back. Hey, Arctic Ninja, how you doing? Oh yeah, Sindri, you wanted the spec. Executioner's Blade. And then, Tier 4 Clawbringer. 1 point in each of the 1-pointers. Currently, Butt Stallion is boosting Potent Poisons, Swift Death, and Oath of Fire. My armor is giving me Oath of Thunder and Awe. Hero points, max strength, max wisdom. Remainder are in dexterity. I'm running a 21, or sorry, an 18% pickaxe currently. Not running the 21? Why am I not running the 21? I guess it's enough. I'm running an 18% pickaxe for the 150 crit damage. Alternatively, you can run a 21% pickaxe with 130 to get more crit chance. You have less damage, but you have more consistency. The goal is to get as close to 100% crit chance for melee as you can for Alchemical Agent consistency. So melee crit ring. And then I've got a Demon Blight for status for Alchemical Agent and Contagion. Status damage over here for Alchemical Agent and Contagion. Frostburn to give me multiple stacks for Brutal Stampede, which is crazy powerful. And then a low-level Cursed Wit so it breaks easily. Holding a Spriggan for melee damage and Shell Casing Ring uptime currently. Twisted Illusion for Soaks, Tooth Orator for Crossbolts, Stab-O-Matic when I need to shoot something. It's the armor Brutal Stampede. So for each companion you have out, you get an extra stack of the 2 bonuses at the bottom. The melee damage is not regular melee damage. It is the kind that applies to not Stab-O-Matic and not Smithy's Ire. Awe on armor? Yeah, 3 awe on armor. For the crit stuff. Looking for SMGs with 40 melee. I'd like to have one that isn't a charge up like this. Which I have one on another save, but I'd rather get them individually. Gives me something to look through loot piles for. I don't mind doing. Looks like no luck this run. Man, my cats love that box. I'll keep rolling. Maz made good discovery, now to hop in Discord, tell the relevant people. Nice, Viper. Have cost and chance? Yeah, that's the event. Enchant cost is currently capped at 2,000 instead of 4,000 is the event. Which is honestly a pretty big deal. It's very nice. So if you're going for very specific enchants for specific builds, like Dreadwind on melee weapons for Dreadwind builds, Spore Fuse for gun builds, you know, that kind of thing, it's a good week to get that done. Viper discovers something Warframe related. I do not Warframe, so I do not know. Give me a 40 melee kobold, please. I suppose I should look at Nightshades if I get a really good one. Like, this one's full auto. Ascended. But I feel like that mag could be better. Yeah, we can get an 18 mag for a lot more damage. Yeah, if I'm gonna pick up a Cryo Nightshade, I'd want the 18 mag. Because it also provides better looping, because you don't have enough mag size to get the slowdown. Just a little bit better. There we go, 18 mag. This one rolled bad damage accessories. It do be like that sometimes. Stampede's week 2 of PLC 4. Yes. Might be week 3. I think it's week 3, actually, Sinju. Because week 4 is a Trivern. Week 2 is Curse of Malice. So yeah, that would mean week 3. Rhino Parasitic Armor, Iron Skin Calcs, and whether you should go Strength or Shield Shards. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any of that, but I'm proud of you. Hey, Micro, how you doing? Enjoy your lick, fan. Oh, and yeah, chat, today is, stress testing my connection to see if they actually fucking fixed it. So, if we get moments of pixel stream or frame drop, let me know, because I'm actually gonna take notes on what times it happens going forward. So I have, like, receipts. Haven't had skill points yet, McW. I mean, I doubt they're ever going to. They have no reason to. Email to my Outlook. Oh no. Scams be like. Man, talking about GTD with Beef earlier makes me want to run some GTD. I have no reason to do it. I mean, I guess I could take back a Scourge record. That did get taken by, like, a second. Hey, Higgy Bread, how you doing? We... Multiverse is running a 48-hour stream where you get free good cosmetics for watching Scooby-Doo on Twitch. That's a collection of words. Theodore. No, thank you. I don't even dislike Theodore. It's just slow. Like, unlike everyone else who skips Theodore, I don't even dislike the fight. It's just slow. Guess I'll take Nullify. Hey, rapid fire. Thank you so much for the 25 months. I really appreciate it. I just spent the last 2 hours getting demoralized by Wastard. What happened? What was Wastard doing? More importantly, what were you doing?
Yes, hi, I am government. We made a mistake on taxes for 2021. Please give credit card details so we can give you a bigger tax return.
Ah, okay. Got a text message this morning basically saying that. Not the message exactly, it was hilarious. And those things get people sometimes. It's equally silly and frustrating. But thank you again, Rapid Fire, I appreciate it. 25 months is a long time, it means the world. Nothing hit him, Spectral's constantly spawning. So, okay, couple things. They patched him, he can no longer spam the birds. If you are having an issue where he's seemingly spamming birds, it's because you are taking too long to kill them. He cannot spam them anymore. So it seems like you need a counter to the birds in your build. He's physically unable to chain them. Based on a change they did to him. Wastard is a great example of it's entirely on the player's side what to do. because they've nerfed him 5 times. They've nerfed how much the bird heals, how often he can spawn the bird, his damage once, his damage again, and then another thing with his AI. Or no, it was the other enemy damage nerf. So his damage has been nerfed 3 times, his AI changed once, and the amount the birds can heal him once. So 5 Wastard nerfs. It's, at some point, you've got to change approaches. Sigil and Sword Explosion on Spellspore. Then it would be... Were you missing? Was your Sigil blocking your shots? That's a bug that can happen.
I'll be back up sooner than you can say Seawolf too.
Also, which Chaos level were you on? Because it is worth noting that after about 75, gun builds do start to feel like more of an uphill battle. Just because gun builds don't have as much practically applicable damage as melee builds, stot builds, and spell builds do. Everyone thought about that? 100? Yeah, so gun builds do start to fall behind a little bit damage-wise compared to other things at 100. They're still viable though, and Sword Explosion should be one of the ones that is still dependable for that situation. If you get really fed up with the birds, one trick you can do, Higgy is, those birds cannot handle Furior Chucks. Any Furior Chuck that directly hits the bird just one-shots it. It just gets deleted. This is possibly a beneficial bug, but... So, like, any Furior, just chuck it into the bird and it dies. You don't need damage investment for it, it just kills it. It's like, I'm looking to see... Hang on, this is a Furior. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna equip this in a slot, and hope we get Wastard. If we do get Wastard, then I'll show you. Just this random white TDR we picked up off the ground. Furior, whatever. I'm wearing my my new Tales from the Borderlands merch, so TDR is on the brain. Got to say, your panic took over. That'll get you. That's always satisfying. Like, that will never not be satisfying. Just the one hammer throw for a phase. Makes me happy. We did not get Westard. Where's the 40 melee kobolds? $400 times 2 White Rider. Could have been better. Oh yeah, Rapid Fire. If you're still here, I saw you ask about Back 4 Blood in Discord the other day. I have been playing. Solid chance I hang out in the Discord later today and play some. Like this evening, maybe. A lot of Nightshades today. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Good to see ya. Man, this Octavio thing is, like, it's comfy. It's also very warm. Ugh. Ugh. Another one. Sleepy body, dinner, head to bed. Dinner? It's 10 a.m. Are you okay? What do you mean, dinner? What do you mean? Worked 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I don't even have a retort. That just sounds awful. I've had to work those hours before, and it's awful. I'm sorry. No joke. Just sympathy. I'm also dying. Ugh. Coughed and I'm trying to hold in another cough. What are Archimedes? How you doing? ISP playing nice today? It seems to be. It seems to be. They did some maintenance down the street. and it seems to be more stable. So hopefully I can resume normal stream schedule. It's a very unpleasant interruption. It's actually the longest I've gone without streaming without having, like, scheduled time off. Hey, Casey. Thank you so much for the 17 months with this streak. It's great to see you. How you doing? This is awful, and the fact that I'm on a rotating shift makes it more awful. That's just not a good time. I'm sorry. Sorry I gotta deal with that. Offer still stands. I can waltz on over and poop on someone's desk. Started the hunt yesterday. I barely have any progress. Making progress. Hey, progress is something. And the hunt's for a very good cause. There's the alert.
Morning, Quag.
Morning again, Casey. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. New job in a new state. Miss catching your streams during the week. I hope the new gig has been treating you well. And yeah, this particular week. Oh, cool, Wastard. Cool. I can actually show off this tech for Higgybrit. Yeah, I didn't actually stream much this week because ISP problems, but hopefully that's resolved. Hopefully. Okay, so we're gonna let Wastard spawn the birds instead of one-shotting them, as we normally do. We're gonna just weave him because he has aim worse than I do. Okay, there's the bird. Dead. You can do that with any Furrier. In this instance, I did it with a white one I picked up off the ground. No, I animation bugged myself. Sad. It's a lot harder to do that to yourself with a Spriggan, but sure enough, I found a way. A Quag stream? Yeah, J-Bridge. Connection seems a lot more stable today, which is a good thing. Hopefully I'll be able to resume normal stream schedule. Still got it. Up, slight hiccup. Connection is hicking up a little bit. Hiccuping. Thank you once again. Of course, of course. Hey, Sora, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Oh no, that's gonna be a fun read. Gotta thank you with my body. How you doing, Dex? I would love some body thanks. That's hugging, for anyone who doesn't know. So it's not quite all fixed, but at least seems better today. Copium.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Women fear me, fish fear me. Men turn away to not get captured in my gaze. The nocturnal darkness grasps me like a veil and pokes little holes where my eyes are, so I look like one of these makeshift ghost costumes. Albiscitso.
I don't know if I like that emote, but that is a collection of words. Sora, thank you for the 18 months. Hey, you have a good day. How you doing? I think getting back to Wonderland's new characters, Blight Caller, and good. Blight Caller is very good. Blight Caller is extremely good. If you've ever wanted to do a status effect build, Blight Caller is exceptionally good at that. It's also good at supporting gun builds. And it's just kind of good in a lot of scenarios. It's a well-implemented class. I do recommend it. That's not a full auto. That's 13 fire rate's not full auto, right? Sad. What do you think, Cat? What? Not having much luck with the SMGs today, I guess. Oh well. Let's play some Boris. Scrolled past it because I never bothered to rename the save. I should do that. Like, guys, is almost 75, then I don't know what I'm gonna do, to be honest. I mean, you could keep pushing. How you doing, Thermal? Got the right gear on, right? I do. Oh, honestly, I could probably just keep the Salt and Battery on at all times in this build. I love how hard this setup bullies Dragon Lord. He just has no answers.
Even without a wand. That's the end of the blood, boy.
Notice Cyberpunk's on sale and I'm intrigued. It's a fun game. I like that game a lot. Do it. Also hugs. Body thinking. Should I rename Quag Hug to Quag Body Thank? That'd be such a specific shitpost that no one would understand.
So glad you could join me. How was the trip?
Yeah, Wastard again. I'm actually gonna bully him super hard this time.
Take it.
I missed a couple shots, but still amusing. It's a body wank. How dare. Hey, that was a sub 5 run with Dragon Lord. It's pretty fast. Been intimidated. It's one of those games that, think of it like a Bethesda game. You know, Elder Scrolls, Fallout. You're expecting bugs, but fundamentally the gameplay is enjoyable. The world building is cool. That kind of vibes. Expect bugs, and you won't be disappointed. Like, I never had a bad experience with the game. There are some persistent bugs that are a little amusing. Like, for example, in one of the very early cutscenes in the game, at some point they changed something that every time that cutscene plays on a new playthrough, all the characters are T-posed sliding around with no heads for the first couple seconds of the scene. Just consistently. It's funny. But the vast majority of, like, game-breaking bugs in that game have been fixed. So, it's just a fun experience. There's a lot to do. And you know it's decent as an RPG if you have the problem of not finishing playthroughs before starting another one. My last 3 3 playthroughs I haven't finished. I was like, alright, I need to try this idea. So I just started a new character. So I have 3 incomplete playthroughs going right now. How you doing, Rapid? Hope you're well. Playing Cyberpunk as we speak. Only complaint is I never have enough stat points to do everything I want to do. Yeah, there's a lot of different checks for different stats, like dialogue options or things that open up certain quest options. There's a few background dependent things. I think the intention is that you're never supposed to get them all. More replay value. But pro tip, Gorilla Arms let you pass most of the body checks in the game, so you don't really need to put points into body at all on like any build type. Even on melee builds, it's better to just not, unless you really want to use a Berserker for your cyber deck. So like body's a good dump stat. Unless you're doing quick hacks, intelligence is a good dump stat. Cool is the best stat in the game. Till the visual bugs more the sandbox. I haven't played a game like that in so long. They don't overwhelm you. Like, when you first get access to the sandbox, it is only a small slice. You don't get the full sandbox until after the first act of the game. So it's not really overwhelming. You'll learn the ropes by the time you have access to everything. Unless you just blitz the main story, in which case you'll be like, okay, that's a lot. It's kind of if I don't finish a playthrough since I spent 40 hours modding it, loaded up, was happy, decided after like 5 minutes want a different mod experience, spent 40 hours modding a different playthrough. I've totally done that on Skyrim and Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3. I haven't done it on Cyberpunk yet.
Ah, so glad you could join
But
me.
same vibes.
Have some fun.
I think my last Skyrim playthrough spent a good 2 or 3 weeks solid modding it, refining all mods to work together and look really good smooth FPS. So only played Skyrim for like 2 hours. That's the thing with Skyrim. It's more fun to mod Skyrim than it is to play Skyrim. Because the gameplay of Skyrim is a bit shit. Just put it out there. The world is cool. The abundance of content is great. The gameplay is a bit shit. There's one mod out there which isn't on Nexus Slow Planet, so it makes the game hard to play. It's not on Nexus, it's probably the kind of thing that would not be allowed on Twitch. So... Oh, you're going in a different direction there. Someone made a mod where you have to keybind each finger on your hand. So to hold weapons, you have to use the correct buttons. Wait. This is breaking my brain. What? So, like, to hold a sword... You need to hit 5 buttons at once? I don't understand. You're not making sense. Yes, to hold swords 5 buttons. But why? Originally made for VR. Okay, that makes sense. Sounds like a way to make gaming unfun. Control every finger when wielding weapon. If I had to hold another to swing. Yeah, like, where's the line for that? Is it another one to control your elbow, another one to control your shoulder, and then your hip, and then your pivoting foot when you're doing a swing? Like, what? I worry about you sometimes, Rabbit. I worry about you. First time I've been in Discord, they asked me to change my profile picture. Is it just the one of the rabbit? Oh, yeah. Apparently, I mean, they just have dirty minds. It's clearly just a rabbit enjoying their favorite food. I see no problems. $163 seems high. Spriggans have much lower fire rate than Nightshades. I keep forgetting that. They have better crit, but lower fire rate. By like a lot. Wonder how a Spriggan with fire rate parts would work out. Hmm. Can't speak about other games. That's interesting. Can't swear. Hell and damn get you warnings automatically. Barely any mods on that ever system starts spamming. They have proof. That's seems like a fun place. Gosh dang it to heck. Hey Oni, how you doing? Day / evening? What time of day is it? It is day. How you doing? Are you playing the Funky Monkey game? I don't know what game that is, but I'm proud of you, or I'm sorry that happened. Hey Corded Empathy, how you doing?
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Did the Demulus just say, hey, how you doing right after I did? I'm so confused. Ah, balloons. Okay. Still hoping for the CritCon Anarchy run with 3 fast bosses. It's a possibility, I've just yet to see it. I'm losing my mind, run some tests recently, figure out the more spell-oriented setup with ice spikes. Those are both predictable and surprising. Tell me more.
Back in business.
Deadshot, Trap, Skyline, Chillmonger effectiveness when ascending order. That would be setup error. To put it bluntly. Trap Scallion provides almost nothing to spellcasting. Like, specifically, hey, Anarchy. Anarchy CritCon, just not with 3 fast bosses, I don't think. Specifically, Stabomancer provides nothing to a spellcaster build. And Graveborn provides by far the most for a secondary class. Chillmonger isn't bad at it, but far inferior to Deadshot. Cape, Lich's Auger, Dual Ice Spikes, Ricochet. Here's the thing. Listening. Song's stuck in my head now. Recorded empathy. Good job. Only takes one, but you did it. I've never messed with these. They have a really bad crit chance, though. That's probably why I've never messed with those. Is it time to mess with Pincushion? I still want to try to make Pincushion work. Somewhat, but it's just so hard to justify. Target dummy Deadshotted for 600k tops, Trap Scallion 3 millions. Okay, target dummy's not a good test. But playing this out. Chillmonger 2 million, seems some effects don't apply on target. Yes, that is why. Test versus Parasite, Chillmonger for 15 million for Ice Spike, Trap Scallion for 5 million, Deadshot for 2 million. Okay, so you're not accounting for a lot of variables there. For example, Chillmonger has the old ways, which is dependent on distance between you and the target. With something like a ricochet effect, then that gets very muddied. Deadshot requires stacking up of kill skills for optimal damage. Also, Blast Gasp is complete RNG. Also, you are most likely using From the Shadows with Trap Scallion. That, or you are having better luck with crits in general, because Trap Scallion does not gain any damage advantage at all over Deadshot. In fact, it just loses damage. There is nowhere where it does more. Because Double Knot is in the Spell Shot tree. So you get it in all of these multi-classes anyway. Whether you get it through armor or through skill tree, that's the only factor that varies. But in terms of what Sabomancer provides to a spellcasting build, you get Swift Death, you get 1000 Cuts. That's it. Arsenal is utter trash. Exploit their weakness rarely has time to apply when you're doing Ice Spikes, and Ice Spikes don't provide dots of any significant value, so Potent Poisons and Contagion do nothing. From the Shadows is a damage nerf. It's not a damage increase, it is a damage down. Look at that, that damage penalty. It says critical hit damage minus 25%. What that actually is just a 25% damage penalty while the mode's active. So in no way does Sabomancer make your spells do more damage. That would be the results of a bad test. Blast Gasp doesn't work like Short Fuse in terms of being sequenced. Correct, it is actually true random. Short Fuse is predetermined, Blast Gasp is actually random. Tested all max tax spell weaving, all 3 classes with ambidextrous. You're missing the point about other variables. Like, the math does not support the mechanics of this test. Trap Scallion is not going to outdo. Things exploit their weakness and amped up the damage since I used cold dots. Again, you're not, in practical gameplay, you are most likely not going to have any significant benefit from exploit their weakness due to low status chance and you just killing things too fast in an optimal build. Additionally, Blast Gasp is bonkers and frequently downplayed. Blast Gasp is quite silly. Generally, I do agree. It's not a general. It just, like, it's an absolute. Something that is interesting is public perception of Sabomancer in terms of its power. It is either wildly downplayed or wildly overrated, with rarely an in-between. So for example, pre-launch, people really overrated the tree and really underrated the action skills. From the Shadows is bonkers, but something to keep in mind is that in a spellcasting build, you are already auto-critting with a decent setup, because spells and melee are the two things where you can get to 100% crit chance with a reasonable gear investment without losing really any power elsewhere. Ice Spikes in particular have very high base crit. I don't think I have any Ice Spikes on me, but Ice Spikes have very high base crit. So you can just get there through skill tree and the item itself alone. You don't need further investment. Meaning From the Shadows doesn't help you. Stab out class feat doesn't help you. You can ensure the double knot crits just by hitting an actual crit spot, so you don't need crit chance for that either, and that's something that every spell shot multi-class combo can do. Blast Gasp is one of the single hardest hitting abilities in the entire game, so it is not in question that the setup that gets Blast Gasp and double knot just does the most damage. That's just how it is. Berserker provides good formula in general. Arguably slightly better formula than Deadshot, but it does not have Blast Gasp. And the argument about formula isn't accounting for Faithful Thralls either, because that's a rather fluid variable. But basically, think of it as you could do Spore Warden melee. Just pure Spore Warden melee. It's a thing that you could make work with enough gear, specific choices. You could kill things. Will that ever be better than any other class melee? No, never. Simply does not have the aptitude. It's not in its toolkit. This is one of those situations. Just like how nothing will outspell a spell shot. Nothing except spell shot can outspell a Graveborn. It's just not how the game works. So if you have spell shot and Graveborn, that's it. I'm a person who tends to reject best as a concept, but this is an area where it cannot be rejected. That shot's kind of dependent on pixie spam. It's not. Hang on 1 second. Optimal Deadshot doesn't use pixies at all. Grabbing a save. Let me figure out what this is named. I gotta randomize the ID. Technical difficulties. Uno momento. Oh, connection took a little hiccup there. There you are. Thank you, Rune. Also speaking strictly from Ice Spike's perspective, what I'm talking about, Ice Spikes are included in that area. Okay, so here's the thing. This, no matter what you are doing, if you're using something that is damage source spell, this is better. It's just better. Ice Spikes, Laser Hand, Wicked Gossip, doesn't matter. It's better. Now, your argument over Faithful Thralls, it's not relevant, because you get 1 from Demilich, just there, if you're not using Tyrant's Truth. But we are using Tyrant's Truth here, so we don't get that. But Dark Hydras. Every time we cast with Graveborn Capstone, we have 60% chance of getting a Dark Hydra. We also have a 60% chance every time we kill something. So it is not at all difficult to have 3 Hydras out. 3 Hydras, ignoring Demilich, that's 27% global damage. Berserker Tree gives 0 global damage. 0. So the fact that Berserker gives you up to 40% conditional doesn't beat the fact that you get 27% global here, plus Blast Gas, plus more spell damage, plus a heal, plus better cooldown, and you have Stain of the Soul, which is more or less interchangeable with Enrage as a bonus element. What am I missing? What's your skill tree like? If you want more damage, you want more pixies? No. As Cordy said, not necessarily, because a big thing you can't do while throwing pixies is you can't use your right hand. And that's important, because if you're doing an Ambihex build, you cannot throw pixies and cast with both your hands. And even if you're not doing an Ambihex build, you need both of your hands to reload. So if you're using, say, a laser hand, which you need to fully charge, you cannot throw a pixie while you are charging a laser hand. You cannot do both. Doesn't work. Either you are accepting bad uptime on one or bad uptime on the other. That is why an optimized spellcasting build does not use pixies at all. We use stat sticks to better our double knots. So this currently has a Wicked Gossip and a laser hand. I'll go to double laser hand for right now. Double laser hand with a carouser. I do. So this is a science-y save for min-maxing spellcaster builds. And this one is on a Deadshot because that's better. Don't want to use that. Want that. Let me throw spellcast ability on a thing. If I can get it. If I can't, that's fine. But I would like it. Oh yeah, cap at 2,000 is the event. That's useful. Hey, Pupty, thanks for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Generous as always, means the world. Thank you so much. Worth optimizing great power or spell power for Deadshot. Either's viable. But spell power is just going to increase everything, whereas Grave Power will only increase Blast Gas, which is already going to be strong without the Grave Power. So I'd personally lead in spell power, honestly. Give me spellcast ability. It's probably not going to cooperate, so we'll have a suboptimal setup for
She's just
not the right item.
and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Oh, no, we got it. Cool.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Eagle Quack.
Morning, Hawken. How you doing? Good to see you. He's not good enough to make his own builds. I'm not. It's true. How you doing, Dark Flame?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Eagle Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Eagle Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Eagle Quack.
Bit tired, but good. Good to see you as well. Bit tired is a mood. I feel you. Hey, Kirk. How are you? Tired isn't the default setting. What I've been doing living wrong my entire life. Laser hand shenanigans. Yeah, we were talking about spellcasting builds, and it's rarely explained whenever we're like, hey, Deadshot's just better. So I figured I'd show why Deadshot is just better by playing it poorly. So if you look at me casting here, I have full Dark Hydras right now, just by casting. I also have my 10 stacks of Ascension. Keep in mind that 10 stacks of Ascension is 60% spell damage. 60% is a lot. 3 Dark Hydras is 27% global damage from Faithful Thralls. Remember that Blast Gasp and Double Knot both double dip that global damage. So that's significant. We have Stain of the Soul for a 20% bonus element, 20% being what a Berserker Enrage ballparks to in practice. We have Sanguine Sacrament for the biggest heal in the game. We have Essence Drain for 25% more cooldown, just always on, because of Morhem's Blessing. And we didn't lose anything from Spellshot Tree to get all this, because we're still getting Double Knot from armor. Deadshot's least consistent one due to Blast Gasp, never get it to proc. Even on a non-Blast Gasp, you have more damage. That's the thing. Because Ascension, and Faithful Thralls, and Stain of the Soul, and you're simply casting more, and you're surviving more. All of that together. And keep in mind, I'm also able to use a Tyrant's Truth with this setup, which dismisses class companions. But the spell damage granted from Tyrant's Truth is what we call card spell boost. Basically, it's a multiplier. It's not regular spell damage. This is a 35% multiplier. Now, you mentioned you're using Lich's Augur. It is additive with the spell damage bonus from Lich's Augur, which is also not regular spell damage. But this armor is best in slot for caster builds. And of the caster type multi-classes, the only one that can benefit is Deadshot, because Trapscallion does not have a class feat companion. Chillmonger does not have a class feat companion. There's only, you could do Hexecutioner, but Clawbringer is providing less to a caster setup than Graveborn is by far. You could do Sporcer, but Spore Warden's providing nothing except for Headhunter. I guess the gun damage boosts Double Knot, but Tyrant's preferable over Cape. Cape is still desirable, provided you have good stats on it, and you're using appropriate spells. But Tyrant is always going to give you more damage because you can soak through other means with Cape of Tides. Like, you could just shoot a Twisted Delusion and then have the benefit of Tyrant's Truth on top of that for the damage in bossing. In mobbing, you just have the damage from Tyrant's Truth on every enemy rather than the soak on an enemy every 6 seconds, because Cape of Tides has an internal cooldown of 6 seconds. So do you want 50% on one enemy every 6 seconds, or do you want 35% against every enemy all the time? It has eternal cooldown. Yep, 6 seconds. It's still good, because Cape of Tides allows you to apply soaks without having to juggle weapons or give up a spell slot for it. So it's still desirable, particularly for melee builds that don't want to use things like Amnesia. Ultimately, the thing to keep in mind with armors is the effect on the bottom is less important than having the other things in order. Like, you want Double Knot, you want a high Chaos tier for more class power and bigger stats, and you really want area damage. That's the biggest thing. You want area damage, Double Knot, if you can manage it. Fucking nerd. Hey, Mamo, how you doing? I am a fucking nerd. But guess what? So are you. Hope you're well. Good to see you. How are you? The last couple days have been kind of shit because my ISP has just been horrible. And I've been able to stream because just unstable connection. But they did some work down the street yesterday, and it's a lot more stable today, so I might be able to finally get back into a normal routine. Hey Irish, thanks for the 7 months. Area damage doesn't roll in armor. My 3,000 tries confirm it. Understandable. Have a nice day. Don't know where you were. Yeah, I just, full disclosure, I could have been more transparent about it, but, I got too pissed off about it and just wanted to not vent too much. So I didn't, like, tweet about it or anything. I posted in the Discord for it, but I didn't tweet about it because I was like,
eh. Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Area damage doesn't roll on armor. My 3,000 tries confirm it.
Text-to-speech agrees with you, Irish. You know, I've been hearing a ton of people having ISP issues lately, and I wonder it's because winter's causing folks to spend more time indoors, putting strain on infrastructures. That's something that I've had to deal with before. Around this time last year, I think that's what was causing some issues for me. But the stability for me has been just kind of declining throughout. Like, starting late summer, it just started getting worse. And it just came to a head. It's probably a contributing factor, but also my ISP is just actually shit. And unfortunately, of like the 2 or 3 that provide to my immediate area, this is still the best one. So I'm thinking someone else finally complained enough that they're like, oh, okay, maybe we'll actually check. God damn. Alright. Sliss refusing to give me a single snake stick. I don't think snake stick is actually a dedicated drop of hers, Captain Honkers. At least I don't remember it being one. Mother worked for Verizon for like 30 years. They definitely have a tendency to oversell what your local info is set up for. Yeah, like, currently paying for, 36 up, 300 down. And realistically, I get 100 down and 21 up. So not even close. But the wrinkle is that 21 up is not a stable 21. So, like, it'll go from 21 to 1. And then just back and forth. So that's usually when my stream starts buffering. Appreciate the insight. Thank you for your Deadshot tips. Hopefully I can make it work this time. Yeah, a lot of this tech is based off of Lazy's Deadshot build. You know Lazy did it on his YouTube. The same one back from Chaos 50 is still relevant now. Just the only things that have changed is you know, peak gear choices. This is with fully optimized gear. And what weapons you're holding. Some booty, sorry, dude. Tech issues you can't do anything about. They're just absolute mood ruiners. Yeah, man. It's been we got a little bit of the seasonal depressy. We got some health related depressy, and we've got the ISP issues affecting my ability to work. It's just been the perfect storm of having a bad time the last week or so. So I'm hopeful that the situation improving a little bit means things are looking up in general. To go to this game, respect. Hope you're doing well today. Doing better, Zazzle. Doing better. I just I put time in. I maintain that I'm not particularly good at these games. I just study a lot. That's how they should clear up for you as well. How about that? It looks like. I'm laughing because that's the second time that subject has come up this stream for totally unrelated reasons. That was the other reason it came up, that emote. How can unsee it? Armor's hard to farm? It is. It is. Armor farming in general in this game is quite tough. Because of the part variants. Like, I have one on me here? No. Brutal Stampede is the armor with the most part variants in this game, and it's like 30 million combinations or something absurd. It's in the double digits of millions of part combos for that one armor. Other armors are more in the single digits of millions. And that's crazy when you want anything specific. I should go thumb cuffs here instead of shell casing, to be honest. Ability damage roll for some more blast gasp damage might math out favorably. Although, let's try with spell for now. Could try with other spells as well. Triple ice spikes. You hold different weapons for different double knot elements. A 33% crit carouser is optimal for fire because black powder weapons get a 10% crit mult in a manufacturer category. Hyperius only gets 5. Snipers get 10, crossbow barrels get 10, and then you have the crit on the card. So carouser gets slightly more crit than an Eidolon. Eidolon being the next highest, but Eidolons can roll in all elements. So we use a cryo Eidolon for cryo spells. It's going full Pelican about it, tossing a gawk noise or two, and this whole game turns not safe for work. I think that's kind of on brand. Welcome back, hey Manic Geek. Good to be back. Wonderful first thing I see when I tune in is discussion about how many crystals rabbits can throat. It's a valid question, Snowspawn. And how you doing? Actually, I guess now that I'm using the Eidolon, I can use shell casing. Great Bow doesn't get any of those bonuses. Great Bow doesn't have a real crossbow barrel, so it doesn't get that. And Great Bow has fixed parts, so it can't get the 33%. It does get the Sniper and the Hyperius mults. And then I think it has 21 crit on the card, but it's less than an Eidolon. And also, used Great Bow can't be enchanted. A regular one can, but you can't shoot the regular one to get it to low ammo for shell casing. So Eidolon's just kind of the perfect stat stick here. Also need to see how much crit chance I need to have with this. 25%. This will probably be fun. Big War, where'd you go? Yeah, I just need to keep Spellblade active for these. I'm moving. I don't have good aim. Leave me alone. There we go. Probably the best that I can. Yeah, Great Bow's fantastic. How's connection feeling after maintenance? Slight hiccups here and there, but overall better. Windeer Lambs. Yeah, Rune. How you doing? And thank you again for the save, by the way. So I use ricocheting ice spikes, just aim the wall, still kills. Yeah, Trickster ice spikes are fantastic for that, and I would probably be using those over triples for my own personal lack of aim. I just don't happen to have any on this save. We'll hit the spell bunny, try to get some good ones. I could do a silly. Do we do a silly? Let's do a silly. Vibing. Vibing's still relevant for this, because it applies to gun damage, and double knot is gun damage. Hey, Snowspawn, thanks for giving us a sub. I really appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Legal back.
Finally got to 100k channel points, now I can free sub. Huh. I mean, that's not quite how it works, but I like the spirit. And hey, went to Raga. That's awesome. Good to see a familiar name taken care of. Imagine not saving up channel points for 0 reason. I like saving up enough channel points that people are never sure how many I have. Like, on Lazy's birthday, I went and dumped, like, 200,000 in Happy Birthday redemptions, and then I just didn't feel like clicking more, but I still have more. I once tricked Cheese into thinking that him making me moderator in his channel gave me infinite channel points because I had so many saved that I just kept clicking. I think I have like 2 million, 1.5 million channel points in Cheese's channel that I just save in case I need to shitpost. You had to bank at least 42k for impromptu tweets. Priz giving you guys advice. You're to 68k here? That's a lot. Ice spikes do go pretty hard. I know for a large streamer has over 1 million points banked. On bigger channels, you can get a lot of points a lot faster because, like, think about how predictions work. If they do a prediction and there's a bunch of regulars with a lot of points, but there's like 5,000 people watching, then you could win a prediction for like 1 million channel points. So points kind of snowball really fast in channels of that size. Is any specific enchants might not be so obvious? Just spam Dawn spellcast for all slots, all damage shield, frost spell, elemental spell, gun for gun. Melee is damage versus full health enemies. So the melee one, that only applies to melee damage. So on the melee, you also want to get something that's relevant to your spell specifically. Spellcast ability is nice for boosting Blast Gasp. You can also just do health is full, gain, gun damage, crit damage on your ward slot. That's a ward exclusive one. This was changed. It used to be conditional damage that applied 25% on guns and 25% on anything that crits. But now it's just 25% gun damage and then 25% crit damage that applies to gun damage. But double knot is gun damage. So this will boost your double knot pretty well, in fact. This is a good gun enchant to have. After getting spell kill, increase the damage of your next critical hit by 50%. Now that can get stolen by like a dot or a melee or whatever, but when it applies to a spell, it's very impactful. But for the most part, yeah, spellcast ability, spellcast damage dealt. Spellcast ability over here, didn't realize. Spellcast elemental. Yummy indeed, Sora. Either rich or broke, no in between. Full send. I respect it, Mamo. Be a lot more to if Ratio ever won a prediction. See, you don't know the Ratio can't win. It might win one day. What I should do is... yeah, that's smarter. Skeet. Problem with Vorkanar, my lightning spells kept going through him and not hitting him. Hitbox moment. I would also not really recommend lightning versus Vorkanar. Vorkanar is armored, and lightning has the biggest penalty against armor. So if you can avoid it, it's a good thing to avoid. Wicked Gossip run next. Yeah, let's do a Wicked Gossip. Playing for moderator for the sole purpose of rigging channel points predictions. To sword powers, I could just give Ratio the dub, no one could stop me. I mean, I could, but would I stop you? No. No, I wouldn't. I would not stop you. All purple spells would be your top 3 picks. For direct damage dealing? Or, like, in general? Like, are we talking about specifically for spellcaster builds? How do you stop me, though? You'd kill me afterwards, the damage would be done. Yeah, direct damage. No buffs. So, ice spikes. Just kind of like ice spikes in general. Every ice spike has a good use case, with the exception of storming not being very good, and then impaling is, like, questionable. But Trickster, triple, and single ice spikes are all fantastic. So, honestly, maybe just those 3 for damage dealing. Other than that, Blazing Calamities can be made to be very good, particularly in polymorph builds. You can do some damage with a couple types of Arc Torrents. You can make Spectral Talons work well enough. They wouldn't work as well as, like, legendary spells, but you can make them work well enough. Empowering Sigils are very high dot value. So if you're doing a spell dot build, then if you consider that direct damage, that would apply. Cotton Candy Flavor Advanced is fucking baller, right? I like that one a lot. Enjoy your lurk, Irish. Wicked Gossip is silly. Love Calamities, just wish they were a bit stronger, you know, on level of ice spikes. Or maybe just shorter cooldown. Understandable, yeah. I can't really argue with that. I agree. This spell is so nuts. One type of calamity has a high value, might do something with that, otherwise I don't know. I still need to try out imminent calamities with different part combinations, because you can get like decent damage and a very short cooldown on those, but the big thing is they have terrible radius and terrible crit chance. So like, $7 mil ricochet. Ricochet, you take away, far away, far away. No. Spell's dumb. Wicked Gossip's insane. It's actually just cracked. Most calamities of 0% base. Yeah, you can get crit parts on them. Please stop. No, that song's a banger. What do you mean? He burrowed into the spell that I missed. What a Chad. Bang him right in the keyboard, hearing you sing it. Oof. Understandable, but oof. Vorkantar. $20 mil? That was a 20 mil hit. 21 mil. Yeah, Wicked Gossip's crazy. How reliable is the aiming of Wicked Gossip coming off Polymorph? It's pretty good. The thing is, it will kill the Skeep very quickly. Very quickly. Like, one hit. So, kind of same downside as Laser Hand. It'll work, but like... Okay, I aimed pretty poorly, that's why we didn't hit the phase skip. That's one of the reasons my my rot shot is spell dot Viper, because you can't dot the Skeep, so if you lean into the dot side, then it lives a lot longer.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
15 mil ricochet. 6 mil echo. Hey, Cyclops, thank you for the 1 year. Long time no see. How's life in the Quatherland? It's okay. I had some ISP issues this week, but they seem to be a bit better right now. Thank you for the 1 year. Really appreciate it. You doing Rotshot Polymorph? That's sick. I can run that on the next run. Viper. My preferred spell with it is Curse of Malice, but Wicked Gossip's the same principle, really. Constitution points in this spec? Yes. When using Wicked Gossip, it's better to just go for Wisdom. Laser Hand as well. They both have really good dots. But currently it's Constitution. That was anticlimactic. Not sure how I'm managing that. Bernadette, you gotta come over here. Kobe. I said Kobe. Kobe. Okay, I hit at least one of those. So my bad aim extends to spells, but we still hit it. Eventually. Curse of Malice Skeeve. Yeah, this is a stream I did last week. We'll play that next. Wish I could catch more streams these days. It's a bit tough with my work schedule. Understandable. Understandable. My stream schedule's been, like, the weirdest it's been for a while. So it's been inconsistent even for me. Side note, my only thinks that Demi-Lich is the worst companion in the game. Wyvern's very mobile and can be a good damage source. Shroom is pretty tough, provides utility. Lich deals no damage and gets in the crosshair. When you put it that way, I don't think that's an unreasonable perspective to have. I think your conclusion there is logical. We found out that the reason why Wyvern's damage remains kind of competitive, even at the very high tiers, is because of one attack. Firebolt creates a puddle that is not the player's damage at all. It's not the Wyvern's damage either. It's just environmental damage that does a percentage of the enemy's HP, which is extremely cursed. But yeah, Wyvern has just like a true damage attack. So it's the best damage dealer of the companions by far, even if it didn't have that, but the thing is that attack has a cooldown. It's not very good at aiming it. It's still not enough to make a good companion build, but it's got one attack that's just like, hey, true damage. It's weird. But yeah, Demi-Lich doesn't really do much. It's got some utility applications, and you can give it up pretty comfortably with Tyrant's Truth, so it's still like got uses, but I think from that analysis you gave, Oni, I would agree with your conclusion of Demi-Lich being the least desirable of the three. Because despite the mushroom sucking, the revive is really good. Like, really good. That alone is probably enough to give it more value than the Demi-Lich. Because Graveborn, as a class, isn't gonna go down. Spore Warden is. So, Spore Warden needs the cheat death more than Graveborn does, so it has more value. But yeah, Curse of Malice. I happen to be doing funny Furior Chuck stuff with it. Got a Miasmic Mail. Got some Double Knot going. It's fun. This is a fun little, a little meme.
But seriously, you should dare.
Mushroom protects you, and Roguelite, you can reach him in time. Yeah, it does do that, Scrun.
Bleed all you want. It won't save you.
Curse of Malice being cast from Polymorph is also just really good. And I hope we get Dragonlord so I can show this off, but if you use Polymorph to cast Curse of Malice on Bernadette, they spawn inside and just, like, instantly phase. It's so cool.
Escape for the slaughter.
Gonna lurk and muster the strength to go to the store. Glad I've been able to chill and lurk today. Happy you're able to stream again, streamer. Thanks, Pupty. I really appreciate all the support. The gassing up by the homies. Really goes a long way. Thank you so much. No, be safe. Be hopefully productive with store trip. But yeah, I appreciate you. You? No, you. Thinking of running Tyrant's Truth on my Hammer Zerker, then no funny dragon named Zerkin Jerk. And like, at that point, Rune, what kind of build is it? Is it a gun build? Or a melee build, or what?
Just what I needed. Ready to bring the arcane pain. Heaven fall.
Melee? That would make sense, then. What action skill? Storm Dragon's Judgment? Or... We're in Amnesia right now, which helps Curse with uptime. Probably doesn't need it. Amnesia and Curse Wit, and you're living. Good for you. Yep, Hammer. Yeah, Tyrant's Truth would make a lot of sense for that. Yeah.
Outfall.
Hey, Tropical dude. About to start this game with some friends, have some questions, can't find answers to, stumbled in here. Happy to help out. What do you need? Happy to explain. I played this game entirely too much, so I very likely have some of those answers.
This'll get the cause. Or oops. This'll come in handy. That's more like it.
So first with co-op, can I start a solo game? They join after. Does it need to be started a co-op game? You can start and they can join. Drop in, drop out. The game will use the main story progress of the host. So, you can have people at different story points jump in your game if you want.
Extinction event.
What happens to your different levels then, scaled up the host level? It's individually scaling. So, like, you, on your client side, will see enemies your level. And the other players will see it for their level. So you can just have totally different levels in one game. And this applies for story stuff. There are certain late game activities after story completion that don't quite work that way, but yeah. Yeah, as long as you use, see how it says group mode here? As long as you have it set to cooperation, then anyone of any level can be playing together. It's just generally better to have that set to cooperation at all times anyway, but there you go.
And death is your reward. Fallen prey. Kill.
Good body room. Do I need that? Nah, I got one.
Spell slots are ready. Put out the oven.
It was fun solo, it can be a blast and co-op, and have a grand old time. Yeah, this game gets very chaotic, pun intended, with friends. Matter too much what classes we pick? For a story playthrough, not really. If you have an interest in doing endgame content, then there will be certain things that might match your preferences better. There are certain classes that'll have an easier or more difficult time depending on what kind of build you're doing. It's mostly your playstyle preferences for the purposes of a story playthrough, though. So, like, if you want to do a lot of guns and cast a lot of spells, then Spell Shot. If you want to do melee stuff in particular, then Stabomancer is pretty good. Your first class is locked in, but you, after a short amount of the story's been completed, you get the ability to multi-class. That second class will be locked in until you complete the story, at which point you can then freely change that second class. So you can mix and match classes. It's just the one you pick at character creation is the one you're stuck with. I'd also recommend for your character background you pick in character creation, you're gonna want. I'm not on this build, which is a rare anomaly, but you're gonna want to pick the Village Idiot one. The archetype known as Thick. It gives you a bonus to Strength, which is just damage. Just good stat. Mist Dancer is basically a gun setup with From the Shadows and Play the Angles. Yeah. And classes clash with each other. There's some that kind of don't enhance each other's strengths very well if you pick both of them, like, for one character. But all multi-classes are viable in this game. You can do something with all of them. There's no, like, you've permanently screwed yourself option.
Always wanted to say that. Transmuted.
Regards to the class you are, average to pick a Village Idiot. Generally speaking. The build I'm playing right now is one of the rare cases where Village Idiot isn't the best option, but for almost all builds, it's just going to give you a bit of extra free damage, and the penalties are to things you, for the most part, won't really care about. It doesn't matter too much for a story playthrough. I'm primarily an endgame focused player, so a lot of the advice I'm going to give will dip into that, but I'll try to keep it story relevant. For the most part, background doesn't matter. Village Idiot is the one that is most useful to most builds. Love being an idiot. Yo, same, Slushy. It's a good time. Do another one. I want to hopefully get Dragon Lord so I can show off the Bernadette Curse of Malice thing.
Go on ahead. I'll swing it.
Full disclosure, I'm using this lightning bolt chunk because it's fun, not because it's necessarily optimal. Like I should be using a White Rider or Catatumbo or something. But like it's fun. And the dot value on these is pretty decent. This is gonna be somewhere in the 1175-ish range.
And death is your reward. See forever. See minds. A foe! At least you're something. It's just a flesh wound.
Clashing Class question was thinking one fire damage dealing body is ice type of thing cause problems. No. Ooh, Dragon Lord, yeah. No problems. Also what Mr. Viper said.
Out to pasture with ya. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Feels like I'm overthinking it all. Maybe a little bit, to be honest. But you're asking good questions. It's just, they're things that you'll pick up very quickly. This game is very forgiving to people who are trying to get into it. So I think you'll have a good time.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? This world's no place for the weak. Grab the ball! Take aim!
Tyrant's Truth is definitely the play. Curse Wit isn't up much. Things that need the damage will hit me hard enough for Wit. Cool.
How's that for an acting blow? Go stuff a pillow. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Oh, we got a good dot on him this time. There we go. Took a minute, but we got it. You got enemy frozen, burn at the same time. At least obvious thing from newcomer perspective, but it works. It does. Alright, so what we're attempting to do here is phase Dragon Lord, so we get Bernadette to deal with. And then if you target Bernadette's tail and polymorph, Curse of Malice will spawn in there. Now, she was at an angle where it didn't quite do what I wanted it to, but you can manually cast and it still does it. Just a little less precise. fine. I'll hard cast.
Imminent destruction.
Oh, it missed. As soon as I try to show it off, it doesn't work consistently anymore. Sag. Tried to play Divinity Original Sin 2 together, it collapsed because we don't understand the basics to begin with. Friends got frustrated, lost interest. Yeah, it's a lot more complex. This game's much more simple on the surface.
Not so tough.
There we go. That's what's supposed to happen.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. All is fresh. I've got vengeance on my mind.
There we go. Not quite as clean as it's been in the past, but it's cool. No, I hadn't played them really, hence the noob questions. Okay, you're in a pretty unique position coming into this game, Tropic Cool Dude. So, like, a lot of people will view this game as a Borderlands game, because of a lot of core similarities, but it is fundamentally different in a way that I think you'll be able to, if you ever get around to, after you get familiar with this game, going and playing Borderlands, you'll see, oh, this is different. But, I think you're in for a treat. I think you're in for a treat. Basically, it's very casual player friendly. This is not the kind of game where you can make a permanent mistake. And for the most part, for a story playthrough, you can get away with whatever you want. Experimentation is encouraged. If you see a weapon that looks cool, you're like, I wonder what this does, pick it up and shoot it, see what happens. Try it against some enemies.
You won't be needing
You have a lot of leeway to try whatever you like.
another night.
Like, what you're seeing right now is I'm doing endgame content on the hardest difficulty, and I'm just kind of using a bunch of stuff that doesn't really necessarily work together super well. And, like, this weapon, for example, isn't exactly suited to the nature of the build, but it works well enough, and I think it's cool, so I'm using it anyway. Like, even on harder stuff, you do have some wiggle room, as long as you know core mechanics to just use whatever. Shoot all the things with all the guns. Seriously, you can find some hidden gems. Some of the most fun I've had in this game was picking up spells and just figuring out what they did. Like, picking up a new spell, being like, ooh, this looks fancy, casting it, and figuring out if I liked it or not. Resisting the urge to play.
Now you're a bleating idiot. A healing potion, eh? Who wants to make that mistake again? Idiot. Spells are up.
Oops. Did not mean to blow myself up there. That's fine. Everything's fine.
Our spell slots.
Times 18 body rocket? Yeah. Also need to find a good frozen orb. Any preference on parts? Extra projectile helps it a lot.
Always with the ammunition. Oi! Thanks for that. Still time to run the other way. That's more like it.
Got him with the clutch dot. Are there extra spell charge? Still don't know if Frozen Orb can have any of the extra things roll twice. I don't think so, but I can check. Let me investigate for you real quick. Let's see, Frozen Orb. Can get triple radius, can get triple spell damage, can get triple crit chance, triple crit damage, triple cooldown, triple status chance, triple status damage, can only get 2 extra charges, can only get 1 extra projectile. So, you can get triple of anything except spell charges, you can only get 2 extra parts of that, and then extra projectiles, you can only get 1 extra part. Orb's like non-dot focus, right? Yeah, it's just damage. The dot from it is pretty weak.
The stuff legends are made of. Not this time. Devastation inbound.
It's my secret quag. Dots are always clutch, that's why I love them. Dot builds are fun, Aurorius, I agree. Prospect of God of War Ragnarok's really making me want to buy a PS5, playing right into Sony's hands. It's on PS4 as well, J-Bridge, I think.
That one in particular.
Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who has the scoop.
Mana's tapped out. You won't be needing that.
PS4 Pro, and it ran 2018's at flawless 4K 60 on my 5K TV. Yeah, I've like not the PS4 Pro, but like the first slim one they did. And I had no problems running God of War 2018. Ragnarok not really being a step up. Yes, it is, but it's doing it anyway. I've been considering it as well. I'm probably gonna look at PS5s on Black Friday. J-Bridge, like everyone else. But there's other exclusives coming out that I'm gonna want. So it's a decent time. The fact that I was able to get to C50 in one go on Frost Shiver stuff I had laying around, my bank should show how good melee and dot is. Absolutely. On chaotic stuff as well. Yeah, it's just that good. It's the same engine, so that we're getting a Cyberpunk situation should never come out there. Yeah, Ragnarok is not gonna be a Cyberpunk situation. Like, the game in terms of scope, by everything I've heard and everything they've implied themselves, the devs, if you could run 2018, you could run Ragnarok. Random thought, add shield to the game, equipable to spell slot, simple cast, shield bash, repeating cast is a block, channel cast is a shield throw. I don't dislike the idea. I question how it would be implemented, but I'd like it. Sure. Why not? I was hoping for a good Frozen Orb here. So I want to mess around with it on the other save now that we were talking about it. Oh, there's a Frozen Orb. Hang on. Is it a good one? No. It's not. Oh no. Take it easy, sorry. Have a good one. Entire past week, Twitter's been FPS players crying about skill-based matchmaking. Every COD release it happens. Every time. Until someone finally wrote this manifesto about how this long list of games don't have skill-based matchmaking. Multiplayer is fine. Today, my Twitter's various steps coming out and confirming each game on the list. It did, we just didn't tell you. Oh, yeah. Like, the whole skill-based matchmaking is bad thing. Fundamentally, what that comes from is, you ready for this? FPS-based content creators wanting easier content and not understanding how the game they're playing actually works. That is where 100% of it comes from. Either the people got it from them directly, or they got it from someone who got it from that person. That is how it works. Every time. Skill-based matchmaking is only vilified by people who want those videos where they go pub stomp. You know, kill a bunch of people who are new to the game and talk about how great they are. Drop like 100 kill streaks on people who don't know how to hold a controller. Like, those are the only people who actually dislike skill-based matchmaking. And they've created a narrative that suits them. And I'm glad actual devs are debunking that. Wicked Gossip is pretty crazy. Do I have decent Frozen Orbs? Alright, time to bank surf. What manufacturer is Frozen Orb? Can I get lucky? Is it Arkin? Hey Braun, how you doing? Yeah, Lacosia is another echo chamber. This is an old one though. The whole skill-based matchmaking argument is as old as I'm not gonna say modern Call of Duty because it's kind of changed since then, but it's as old as 2007 is where that argument started really popping up. People shitting on skill-based matchmaking without understanding what they were talking about. It's 2007 with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Hey, Stone Swan. Conjura, thank you, Slushy. Doubling down. Spell charge one. Prefer extra projectile. Non-chaotic Twister. That must have been in my bank since launch. Yeah, there's no other reason I would have that. Watch a YouTuber play this a little, and he didn't find any good loot because he hadn't hunted down the gold die. If you go out of your way to hunt them down, is it time consuming? So it's not really very time consuming. In its entirety, the process will take you less than 2 hours. You can get a lot of them during your playthrough as you progress. You would have to go out of your way not to pick up a decent amount. Like, assuming you do side missions and you pick up loot dice you see as you're doing both the main and the side missions, and you kind of reasonably check around the path you're taking, you will end up with at least 100, 150 of them, most likely. And eventually you're going to want them all because they are an account-wide bonus. So all you have to do is collect them all once, and then all of your characters have them forever. But ultimately, it is not the sole determining factor in your drops. It's one factor that contributes to the loot luck stat, which determines your drop rates in general, but your loot luck stat also goes up through other means, those being character level. So as you progress through the story, your drops will get better regardless of whether you've gotten dice or not. Chaos level, which is an endgame progression mechanic, but also completing the luck shrine helps, which is a once per character thing you can do. But you will get most of them just playing the game organically. This one's extra projectile, but non-chaotic. What are we thinking optimal parts for Frozen Orb? I'm leaning extra projectile, crit chance, and not quite sure on the last one. Maybe spell charge? I don't know.
Now that is a look. Come on.
Extra projectile, extra charge, spell area. Radius. Good shout. Yeah. It's specific to the player, it's affect the whole party. When you're in co-op, your loot luck is sort of like an aggregate of what everyone has. So it'll help everyone.
Call the town crier. Let the magic begin.
As far as I can tell, they can penetrate further that way. Okay. So, radius, projectile, charge. Solid. Crit chance, crit damage. Crit chance seems like a good idea. Crit damage, maybe not as much, because, like... I want to ensure I'm getting double knots more than I care about getting the extra damage on the crit. Also, one projectile, crit chance, damage radius. If the cooldown's short enough, then yeah, I could get away with not having an extra charge. Definitely want the projectile. That's the locked-in one.
Hardly a challenge. Magic card. Trust me, friend. You don't want to stick around.
Goodbye, Pigwort. Raid boss defeated. Also for Skeep, don't super need the extra charge. Yeah. $25 mil Echo? What? Was a 25 mil Echo? How much damage did we... Cool. Deadshot stuff today? A bit of everything. We did some hammer throwing to start. Did some Deadshot, and some Rot Shot. We're back to Deadshot for now. I'm gonna try out Frozen Orb if we can get some decent ones.
Nothing like a job well done. My spell's ready.
I don't know why it's so surprising to you. It's just like... I'm not particularly putting... I'm not putting a large amount of effort towards, like, sweet spotting with Wicked Gossip, which is where you can get a lot of the good damage. It's just happening anyway. That's what's surprising me. Like, I thought it would require some more effort than it is, but it's not. Like, this is laser hand tier damage that I don't need to know what I'm doing for. In the Echo hit, Echo only does damage based off of what you did, so I'm surprised I did enough damage to get that Echo that big. See, like, that Echo was nothing. That's what I was expecting, but I must have hit the ads with a couple ricochets. Because Wicked Gossip Ricochet is double dip. So that can be a lot. Stop giving me Buffmeisters. So many today. Rick O'Shea's my favorite pub. Understandable. I wonder how many people have gone by that pseudonym. Seems like it'd be a common one. I would try out time skip on this setup, I was thinking about it. See, it's just, it's all Buffmeisters. Always has been. That's all the drops. Double Radius Impaling Ice Spike? I'll pick it up, see what happens. Billiards are full of them. That's why they make buffs more common. Certainly feels that way sometimes. I think the damage of the time skip's worth the wait. I don't know. I haven't used it in long enough that I have no idea. I've also never tried to optimize for damage dealing with it. It's been something that only times I've ever used it, been just... I have it. So if we get good ones, then I'll equip the Dark Magic Eidolon and see what we can do with it. This would be the setup to test out spells. So. May as well. I guess we'll try that one. Along with say to complete the main story and necessary side quests. Someone with game knowledge playing at a non-speedrun pace, assuming you're trying to like get through the story without sightseeing or doing more than you absolutely have to for side stuff, be around 8 or 9 hours. If you are taking your time, enjoying all the side content, not particularly rushing, but also not doing 100% completion, then it might take you like 20 hours. If you're doing absolutely everything, it'll take you probably like 30 on a first run through. And that's just doing the content that's available before endgame. There's everything you've seen me doing today is post endgame content. Only unlocks once you've been through the story. Time skips the high dot one? Yeah. Threads as well. The good threads. Yeah, this is the one that was like almost perfect. If it was crit chance instead of crit damage there, I'd have been very happy. But oh well. I'd see how fast I could clear the game with all collectibles as a non-speedrunner and without using dialogue, cut and save quit shenanigans. It'd be an interesting figure to see. Show you an interesting figure to see. Someone's making the joke, I'm making it first. I don't have a second time skip to slot here. It's not a good one. Playing Blade Caller, not calling blades. Rune bad. It's true. Rune is bad. At least this event is helping me right now. Every build's with Blade Caller. Thought of a dark magic one, but that's fine.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
All my blades are named Kevin. Right, Kevin? Kevin. That was a 533k. Like, that's not bad. Consider that's a badass troll. This is only primordial. Like, that's not bad. It is a bit slow in delivery, but... Wicked Gossip is well wicked? Yeah. Gonna start this up now, it's finished downloading. Hey, best of luck, Tropical Dude. I hope you enjoy. And feel free to come back if you need anything, or just want to hang out and talk about the game. Pleasure meeting you. See how it does against Lachance. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, there's no real contest there. Comparing it to Wicked Gossip is unfair, but there it is.
Coming back as one of those skeletons. Oh, what?
You can be a pet guy in this game. I like being a pet guy. I know there are pets. You can be a pet guy as long as you're okay with having pet guns, rather than pets. Not precisely sure what just happened.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. This is a Kevin. This is a premium grade A Kevin. Sorry, grade K Kevin. Doesn't be back right now because you're talking another language. Understandable. It's pretty good. I would definitely want the radius. Because if I just barely miss an enemy... It's annoying. Like, that's not bad. Dark Magic, Quick Eruptions, Repeating Cast, maybe even the ones that leave Splat for extra spicy water in the right place. Chums in the chamber? This never happens. Sorry, chums. Okay, I think this bodes well. Orb good? Yeah. Morning, son. How you doing? Hey, Carrion Core. How are you? Good for, but is it Chaos Bug? No, this is not Chaos Bug. If this was Chaos Bug, that would have done something. Yeah, no, it's just good. Yeah, it's just good. Alright, definitely got a new spell goal. Oh, hang on. Repeating triple ice spike with spell damage, crit chance. Repeating. Base 36% crit chance. Ignore the status thing, it's just looking at inflammations, but I'm buying that. For Gossip is a hella combo, yeah, it's just so much damage. Like, Gossip for mobbing, and some bosses, but then Frorb for the bossing, is like, pretty silly. Loading up Wonderlands now, got a bit to farm for it seems. Let's go. Easily on 100% crit chance, that high base crit chance? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Because with this base 10 in our primary slot, yeah, we're at 34. So base 30-something would be 100. Frorb's good enough at bossing, just might play my Skeep Zerker again, don't want to just have Sword Explosion my way to victory and hand pain. I've been told Frorb is very good at drill and other big bosses. The hitbox can just kind of... Hey, another repeating triple. This one's cooldown, double status chance. Take it anyway. Repeating splintering. Cooldown spell damage, crit damage. Ooh, that's gross. That's gross. That's super gross. That's really good. Ooh, another. Ooh. Ooh. We're getting good ice spikes today. Getting good ice spikes today. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. But, like, look at this ice spike. I can make my way to it. I'll look at both of these. Yeah, this is, silly. Use that main story, it's pretty good. Those attached stickies? Yeah, I'm aware. They are quite good. Shimmer luck, splittering, repeating, it's gonna explode some enemies for sure. I'll be right back. Bathroom, real quick. Alright, I had a brain blast in the bathroom. This is gonna pair super well with the Frozen Orb. Because the debuff. That's gonna pair well. Debuff work on other spells? Thank you for testing. I would assume it does. Because it says spells. But you know, thanks for testing. That's a good tiebreaker. Double crit chance, crit damage. That's a really good tiebreaker. I'm getting some good spells today. This Threads is really close to what I want. I think I want Spell Charge, Extra Projectile, Crit Chance. This doesn't have the crit chance, but it's trying. Curse of Malice. Spell damage, cooldown rate, crit damage. That's pretty good. There's so many good spells in this game. Time skip with double cooldown. I can afford to pick up a lot of spells. Like spell area, so the threats are attached to easier enemies. Yeah, spell radius would be, assuming it does that, that'd be okay. Crit chance for double knot consistency is a pretty big deal for it, though. Extra projectile is just a lot more hits. What chance am I looking for here, even? Spellcast ability. I guess spellcast global. There we go. Buffmeister still nuts, yeah, unchanged. Unchanged, sadly.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later to make
Since I'm not doing Wicked Gossip anymore.
I'm at a loss for words at my beauty. Sleeping lethally good looking, etc., etc., etc. There's a chill in the air. I want the magic now. Was that it? Can't stop, won't stop. My spell's ready.
That's so satisfying. Watching the orb just kind of cleave through everything, unbelievably satisfying. Weird that it's unchanged. Nerfing guns seems irrelevant if you still use a Buffmeister. Why are you bringing up nerfing guns? You're acting like they did that a lot. They didn't. Also, Buffmeister applies to way more than guns, so I'm not sure what your argument is. Like, Buffmeister's stupid, yeah, but the time where they could nerf it without getting more backlash than it would do good for the game is long past. I've been saying that item should have been gutted since before launch. But the window for that is, it's never happening. I talk about for over a month about the Frozen Orb. Nobody believed me in that because you have bad takes about other things. Right? It came out a little more bluntly than I intended, but that's probably why. Ooh. Okay, this has some trouble hitting... Oh, never mind. That was just a very delayed explosion. Okay. Cool. You out of range. So that's the problem with this spell set. Range is a bit limited. So probably, an area where regular ice spikes win. But, like, this is fun. Oh. That's crit chance. Doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. Added spell charge extra projectiles. Yeah. Yeah.
Healing vial! It's a healing vial here!
The recharge is pretty slow. But, like, it could definitely blow up a boss before you need the rest of the charges. We're gonna bully Lachan's heart. This is also without Soaked. So let's go in with a Delusion, apply Soaked, and then apply the Splintering Ice Spike, and then spam Frozen Orbs. With the idea of 12 balls flying around, get 6 friends. You can hold the camera. Great idea. Oh. Oh. I blinked? Yeah, that was... He truly didn't stand a chance. How long did you have that typed, ready to send, Slushy? Be honest. I played the fit. I didn't even see a damage number there. The spell's crazy. No one's gonna be upset you disrespected the man like that. I had what Lachance needed. Frozen Orb good? Frozen Orb extremely good. Like, this is not even a good parts one. And I'm barely double nodding at all with that crit chance. And it's just still like, yeah, I slap. Like, ugh. Excuse me. I'm alarmed. I'm just concerned. Most enemies won't really move when you just get to save your soul in the first few moments because their AI will adapt so froze or will stay longer in hitboxes, yeah. What also is nice about ice spikes, the crunchy sound. Sometimes a missile ricochet flies off a distance, you hear that crunch sound when the boss helps disappears. It is very good sound design. I agree. Yeah. Alright, so we need some good frozen orbs here. Decent Dazzler, honestly. Another repeating cast triple. Decent Glacial Cascade. Wicked Gossip's not really trying very hard. So once again, today's something of a test stream, seeing if my connection is better. Has it been stable on your end? Because it's entirely possible I could have, like, missed it. Shitting out briefly. Here I've been nailing it with sound design. Radiation explosions on music to my ears. Yeah. Sound design is something Gearbox has been very, very good at. Huge props for that. Okay, yes, it applies. That's sick. That's so sick. We might need to do some featured to get some raid boss stuff in. We can do normal runs. Also pretty stable, I haven't noticed much. Very stable, cool. The DLC 4 round 1 gave me this added the cast chamber message. Did they change that? I just need to do subsequent difficulties. You still need to do the subsequent difficulties. It's for the bunnies, because it's telling you that the rooms are in the chamber, but that's not the loot. It's just the rooms. It's just the rooms and the boss. So for the loot to be in the bunnies, you still need to do all 4 forms. Yeah, they could explain that better. Sad I didn't like the DLC. I liked that one a lot. The boss fight is one of the more imaginative bosses they've ever done. I like it for that alone. Also, the layout is best of the mirrors they've done so far. I maintain that the mirror format has potential. It just took them a while to get the actual content within the mirror right, and there's still hiccups, even on the 4th one, but format has potential. Boss fight's fun, sitting through the minecarts at the start was a chore for me. That's fair. That's fair. Stuff that you can't speed up through player input is annoying to sit through. What am I rolling for? I already forgot. Oh, it was that. Last roll. Quag short stream. Oh yeah, I was gonna do a short stream. Yeah, I guess it'll be full length. I said short stream mostly because I was expecting it to fluctuate and me to get angry and want to end stream. But no, it's been stable, so. Alright.
Finally, that cooldown took ages.
Oh, I didn't need to cast again. I expected that enemy to,
Warning shot.
not alivent. Is this health bug? Yeah, this is health bug. Right?
As you worried.
It's so hard to tell. Yeah, that's health bug. It's so hard to tell. Because builds either delete everything or do no damage. Okay, there we go. Stupid idea.
Hide already so I can do my thing.
That's toxic. That's toxic. That's so toxic. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know where that went. Oh, over there. You changed. Listen, it's not my fault.
What's a little damage between friends, huh?
Come on then.
We're gonna be bullying some raid bosses this run. I feel bad about it.
The cold of the brave.
You then.
That one's mine. Don't touch the loot.
Pufferfish don't know what they're up
It's very hard to hit Cyclops with splintering because of the spike pattern. Less hard to hit those.
As you worry, good night.
Crossbay. Things that have achieved supremacy in this game make me smile. Same. It's so strong.
Feel magical.
Snipers you holding? Eidolons. Crossbow barrel Hyperius snipers with 33% crit. Best crit formula you can have for a double knot. Okay. +3 spell sniper. Thank you. Okay, Barbaload Frozen Orb is actually just silly. Because, like, the hit frequency is so high, you just kill everything. So Deadshot's still a disciple of the Church of Body Rune. I'm not wearing a Body Rune right now. How long the Eidolon bolts last? 8 seconds. So you can actually just shoot once and then get a whole orb. Barbaload applies the spells. Yeah, Barbaload will, as long as you put a crossbolt in, anything, any kind of damage can make a Barbaload ricochet happen. We get a Cyberpunk played it not too long ago, considering how much better movement is in Wonderlands and BO3. I think they could add dodge button too, like double tap or something along general movement speed buff, just to make the game slightly faster overall. I would love a dodge button. Like, I would absolutely love that. That'd be really cool. Just directional dodging, air dashing, all that kind of stuff. I love that in FPSs and in just action games in general. What are you wearing right now? My Octavio hoodie. You mean in the game? Like armor? Can already dodge a Cyberpunk? Yeah, no, it's... Oni is saying that that Cyberpunk feature would be great in this game, which I agree with.
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it.
Arrow armor is what I meant. That's so satisfying. Got there in the end, that's what counts. Armor-wise, Tyrant's Truth. Just because, no. Peak Deadshot is Tyrant's Truth. For casting, anyway. For everything that isn't casting, it's Brutal Stampede. But for casting, it's Tyrant's Truth. Where am I going? Probably should have checked that first. And Ward, Cursed Wit currently. Cursed Wit with Vibing, which is a funny combo. You could do Body Rune if you want. I just happen to not be doing that right now. Regretty. Lich's Augur is also a good shout. Especially if you're not doing Tyrant's Truth, Lich's Augur would be really, really good. Wait, does Double not get crossbolts? Like, gun crossbolt formula? You know, does it get increased by bolt supplied? Yeah. Running Plague Contagion. Plague Contagion. Plague Storm? Man just got a Wicked Gossip dropped and feels like best slot over Garlic Breath and my copium using bad spells. Well, Garlic Breath is just not great, and Wicked Gossip is one of the best spells in the game, so. Wicked Gossip's fantastic. Alright, Blight. Contagion. Oh, you're doing Stabbo Blight. Okay. Because Plague Storm is a Blight Collar action still. I was trying to figure out what you're using exactly. Yeah, it does that. Wicked Gossip is not only one of the best damage dealing spells in the game, but it's also one of the best dot spells in the game. And look at this one. 3,000 dot, 12,000 card damage, and it has Ricochet as a double dip, and it makes puddles. And it hits multiple times, and it has a short cooldown, and it's got a good base crit chance. You multi on it? Yeah. Like, Wicked Gossip's insane. We used it a bit against Zomboss earlier, and I got a 25 mil echo hit after casting it in the Zomboss room. So, from just casting Wicked Gossip twice, I somehow did 250 million damage. It's what some experts might describe as a lot of damage. I concur. the rest of the enemies? Fortified dentist degree. Like Twisters on Deadshot 2, they're not quite in the same tier as Wicked Gossip, and still clear rooms just fine. Yes. Double Knot does not get Bolt Supply bonus. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, sir. So we're gonna go Soaked, apply Crossbolt, and then go nuts. Twister actually the lead stroke. Probably because every single hit just keeps hitting. Makes sense. So many good spells in this game. So many good ones. I could Wicked Gossip to Bully Bunny super hard, but we're gonna be humane. No! Oh. 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 Not unexpected, but still a surprise. Yeah.
Back in business.
Get back here. You did. Not quite. Maker, you wanna teleport me? There we go. Frost against Flesh, yeah.
So squishy and gross.
Gloop will explode. Oh yeah, Gloop is definitely gonna explode, because I'm just gonna Frozen Orb into the weak spot, and that's gonna be that. This is fine. Yeah, actually just one-shots. She can't do anything.
Can't believe I have to reread the spell book every time.
Regular spell.
Ready to go again? Ready to cast.
Like, this is also not a favorable elemental matchup, which is what makes this funny.
I'm like,
You don't know who you're dealing with.
She rolled a 1. She rolled a 1. That's funny. That is really funny. So, like, elemental matchups still at play. Dazzler is probably still the best Maker spell. But, like, Frozen Orb is hilarious against most bosses. It's not even a good one. And no Curse Wit here gonna slow things down? Yeah. Hey, it's Spriggan. Dazzler is the go-to Maker spell? Yeah. Assuming you can get double knot consistency, yeah, Dazzler just shits on the Maker, like, hard. I'll buy a lottery ticket. It's not a ×3, it's not perfect. I want a good Frozen Orb, because, like, remember, the one we're using is not even good. It's just got 3 charges. Repeating Trickster with a base 40 crit chance. What? There's too many fun spells I see, and I'm like, I have to do something with that. A crit chance eruption. Yeah, I picked that up too. We got a lot of crystals, so we can go for that Frozen Orb. You know, I haven't used Arcane Bolt in long enough. Do we think that, like... Is a Dark Magic Arcane Bolt just the equivalent for that element for, like, the go-to pew-pew spell? Like, is it just that? Like, Ice Spikes, Laser Hand, Wicked Gossip, fucking Arcane Bolt. That's so much damage. That's so much damage. That's a good one. Yeah, that's double spell damage, crit damage, like, yeah. Like, without crit parts, a Trickster's Ice Spike has that 26 base. So it's not like you even need a crit chance part on it. So many good spells, also so many bad spells were my man's Talons. So with Spectral Talons, though, Viper, you can still... Like, the fact that they roll in fire pre-Laser Hand meant that they were among the better fire spells. And they do home in. And they hit twice. Well, at least the main kind that I'm talking about. Dark Magic spells are tough, but I like Threads, Time Skip, even Magic Barrage. There's a big crit spot. I like Threads a lot. It's just slow. Time Skip is also slow. Pew-pewing is the difficult part. Like, honestly, maybe Spectral Talons is the pew-pew for Dark Magic. Like, Eruption's bad. You can make Eruptions decent. I wouldn't call them bad. Personally, I wouldn't anyway. They're less immediately usable out of the box than something like an Ice Spike, though, that's for sure. Not Ice Spike, good. Yeah, same page, same page. Hey, Roddy, how you doing? Spell damage, crit chance, cooldown rate. Oh, so many good splintering Ice Spikes today. I love it. I love seeing those. So this in Dark Magic, With, like, maybe crit chance instead of the crit damage parts could maybe be okay. Let's cool down the talent. That's long. That's long. That's pretty long. That's for channel. What is the cooldown on a simple cast one? See if we can find one in here somewhere. Elemental Blasts have much shorter cooldown. But, like, is it actually just Arcane Bolt? Simple cast talents, no cooldown parts, or extra charges, 13 seconds. Okay. Okay. Extra charges slows it down. Cooldown parts speed it up. You also probably want extra projectiles on that. So what are we thinking? And what's the base crit chance on that? Primarily radius, status chance, and damage parts. 2% crit. Yeah, you definitely want crit chance parts. So what, 2 crit, 1 projectile? But then you're running around with kind of bad cooldown. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work out. I don't think that's justifiable. Decent Eidolon. 1 part off. Perfect. Non-LE though. Have some Dark Magic Quaking Sunders that are pretty good. Quaking Sunders are pretty good. It's just the cooldown's a bit on the longer side. And it can't hit flying enemies. And isn't very good at, like, bossing. Like, you can't throw it at a weak spot, for example. Extra projectile time skip. I forgot they can roll that. That's probably a pretty big deal. I wonder if that's the deciding factor for making time skip feel good. Yeah, like, compare what Viper was saying for the Spectral Talons with this Arcane Bolt. Over 3,000 damage, 7% crit chance, 6.3 cooldown, and that's with a spell damage part, but no crit chance, no cooldown parts. And it's got the refund when you crit with it. Do we want to see how far I could push Arcane Bolts? Do I do a little bit of magic to get a perfect parts pair of Arcane Bolts and see how far that takes us? What do you guys think? What are you feeling? Yes, like to see what it can do. Do it. Yes. Alright. Make my life easier. See if there's one with 3 parts here already that I can just magic. Oh, it's fine. Rather unimpressed by Spectral Talents? Yeah. Arcane Bolt sounds fun, sustainable? Yeah, that's the idea. Barrel Maker wouldn't be a go-to dark magic spell. Barrel Maker's cooldown kind of sucks. It can be kind of awkward depending on where you're trying to deploy it. It's not bad. It's just awkward. Looking for something more just kind of point and click in the same vein as Wicked Gossip, Laser Hand, Ice Spikes. Give me 1 second here. Barrel Maker's pretty rough curve in terms of usability, charge in, projectiles, gravity affected. Yeah. Definitely more awkward than some others. Let's see, what can Arcane Bolt roll? Can get 3 radius. I don't think that's a value here, though. Any weapon similar to Crossblade that does both dark magic and poison? Gun-wise, not that I can think of. Guess we'll go extra projectiles, spell damage, crit chance. See how that plays out. Let's try that. Dark Magic Wizard's Pipe while aiming at an armored enemy. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Keep forgetting about the gimmick of that item. We got those. Not that. Not this. How's our crit chance? 50% even. Maybe take that higher. Actually, see how it plays out, because we've got... It hits 4 times, so...
Are you prepared? We'll see. Go on, Fate Maker!
See how this does. Favorite weapon is slow hand. Slow hand's a cool gun.
You have to do better than that. Time for a spell. You know, real magic is the masterful word weaving done every day. I'm told.
It works. It's certainly working. Fuse pretty well? Yeah. See how it does against a target that's alive a little longer. It's not bad. That definitely does the job.
Just like I said.
The 0.1 second cooldown on a proc heavy. It is one of those things you don't want to miss. Then you're waiting.
Oh, hey, are you dead already?
But it pews. That is pretty good. So yeah, I think Arcane Bolt is the pew pew for dark magic. Like, it can roll in other elements. You can get this in Shock, you can get this in Cryo. But Cryo has Ice Spikes, which are better. Shock, I mean, is this going to be a go-to for Shock as well? Because Shock has Dazzler for extended single target, but Dazzler isn't as good at pewing. Way better than I expected. Me too. Me too. And if we geared differently, we could go for an extra spell damage part instead of this crit chance one. Yeah, you can't get a ×5. The best you can get is ×4. Yeah, we could go spell damage, spell damage. Shock would get soaked too. It would. Polymorph Arc Torrents is something I always wanted to do, just call down the storm. It's really fun. Ooh, glad to hear that works out well. I never looked too closely at Banshee's face before. It's pretty gross. I actually want to see what a shock one with Soak does now versus a boss. I can test that out. Test that out. One tap potential? Yeah, let's see. Let me do a little more magic. I like how I was gonna do a short stream. But I'm falling down a science rabbit hole because this game be like that. Okay, so we got a Delusion over there for Soaked, and then we've got our Shock Eidolon. Short compared to Dragon Age Saturdays. I am going to finish that Dragon Age series playthrough, by the way. I've got a bunch of partially complete things I need to finish up stream-wise. Just got other obligations.
Healing vial! Get the healing vial here! Let the magic begin! Oh god! The look on your face!
By the way, aren't you doing the hunt on BL2 this year? Me? No. People running the hunt? Yes. And the hunt's a great activity. Community comes together, raises money for St. Jude, which is fantastic, and I fully support it. Do I intend on participating? No. I don't like that game. And ultimately, playing a scavenger hunt is not what I enjoy in gameplay. But I fully intend on contributing to the fundraising and amplifying my friends who are participating. I'm just not participating myself because I don't like that game. Doesn't mean I can't help out. That's damage. That's pretty strong. Okay, Arcane Bolt might be the lightning spell. I still think Dazzler at peak is gonna win against, like, the Maker, but you just might not need to bother. Because with all this min-max double knot tech, just hitting the head gets our damage rolling. $12 mil? Wait, was that 12 mil against armor? Those Dazzlers? These are arcane bolts. Was that 12 mil against armor? That's kinda crazy. It pew? It pew. This spell's cracked. Have we tried Arcane Bolt Polymorph? That'll probably kill the Skeeve. One way to find out. Oh, this spell would be especially gross with this. Not gonna use it, but Thank you for testing. Think about dozen off polymorph build. You got Blazing Calamity, and you said Curse of Malice is good. Yeah. Frozen Orb as well, another good one. I was hoping for a little more there, but I think Soak fell off. I need to switch those. Ah, there we go. There goes the connection hiccups. I caught it. I caught it. I saw it. I seen it. Not completely fixed, but better. Polymorph you on high fire rate and projectile count? Somewhat, yeah. Bernadette, stop moving. Parker spell, I mean, for the most part, yeah. You also want something that isn't going to kill the Skeep very quickly while fitting that bill. Goes a testing, goes really well, Vocal. We're currently being absolutely blown away by arcane bolts. Like, common perception with these kind of fell off. but they're just kind of slaying, like, really hard. It's just an auto magic. Last time I played, build was still slapping. Auto magic is good for gun DPS, but it's going to kill the Skeep. Like Stone Swan said, Taser is really good at proccing off of the Skeep, and it also lets you do it hands-free. You just stick it there and then go about your business, and the spells will keep coming out. Body Rockers are also good at that. You can get a ×18 5-mag Body Rocker, shoot your Skeep twice, and then go about your business. Fragment Rain, Liquid Cooling. Yeah, those work. Guess let's go into a normal run. And hope for Maker. And see how this fares against the big bosses. Oh hey, I haven't gotten this room in here in a while. It's pretty.
Never stood a chance. Trust me, friend, you don't want to stick around.
I'm gonna switch to Body Rune here, because we can stand still for Spirit Rune.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Heckwader could also work. Heckwader's fire, meaning it has an inherently better elemental matchup against the Skeep, meaning you are going to kill it. Pew. Hate that sentence. What, the Spirit Rune one? Who said I would use an Ascended level 40 Heckwader? No one. I didn't say that at all. A regular, non-chaotic level 40 Heckwader is still going to kill the Skeep against most enemies. Unless you're doing something cursed like not taking magic bullets. Like, don't underestimate how much Spell Shot just passively does to boost guns.
From a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You're welcome.
I like your stream so much, you managed to reinvigorate interest in Wonderlands and find new stuff in gameplay. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it, Rick Tic Tabby. That's kind of what happens when I play Wonderlands. Like, I'll just go in with setups I know I enjoy already, and then an idea will hit me, or a chat will give me an idea, and we'll test it, and we'll find new things we all like.
Every time.
About a level 13 one. Why would you do that over using something on level that would still have other uses for you? Like, at that point, why not just use a taser? Like, you could use an on-level taser. Easier to get, better at it.
Well, yeah.
It just seems like you want to use Heckwader, which, if you want to use Heckwader for the sake of using Heckwader, feel free. Nothing wrong with that at all. I like the gun. I just wouldn't personally call it optimal for that particular reason. It's fire on flesh, big mult. Oh. Well, this is why I use the crossblade. Think like it's not too long ago you're saying Arcane Bolt's kind of not great now. Yeah. And I freely admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong. I had not put this level of min-maxing into it. This is the save that you and Rune were working on, Sen, a while ago. Like, this is very min-max spellcasting stuff, and Arcane Bolt holds up very well. It might just be in the category of requiring more gear investment than I expected. Which several things have been. There's a lot of things I've ended up absolutely loving that I initially downplayed because I did not put enough of a specific setup towards it. Another DLC room. Might be Flesh, still has the HP, whatever enemy you polymorph, some enemies are simply tanky by default. Yes, some. If you polymorph a basic enemy, like this Pirate Gunner, and you shoot them with a Heckwaiter, does not matter if it's not ascended. They're going to die if you are a spell shot. Whereas the reverse is true with other weapons as well. Better weapons for polymorphing, such as a taser, such as a fragment rain, such as liquid cooling, any of the ones suggested. Those aren't gonna kill a troll that you polymorph either. But they're better at the roll. Like, this is an example of Heckwaiter does more damage than you're thinking it does.
You can't be serious. This is my competition.
Sure, indeed. Also, projectile speed and accuracy of the Heckwaiter makes it also possible to shoot the ski from further distance. Yeah, that's a desirable aspect of it, for sure. Using low level times 18 body rocker in my polymorph setup. I use an on level ascended one. It's even fire. Reason why I use fire though is because I have bogged down. So that will end up doing less damage. I'm also using a 5 mag one, so it has less damage than the 2 or 3 mag. Correct answer is actually whatever gun you have S +1 spell projectile on. I mean, honestly, maybe.
Wait for it. Oh God, the look on your face.
That was 300k from just the body rune.
Oh, it's a party now.
Arcane Bolt goes unbelievably hard. Typhon hard locked me on Pirate Stars Rage. Are you running, are you in a speedrun? Like the table? Or are you just doing a playthrough and he did that? Toward goop shoots. Goop shoot. A lot of DLC rooms. I love to see it. Like, imagine if we could have DLC rooms in the chamber without having their associated bosses. Like if there was a toggle. Speedrun doing geared speed mod, run rootless because root is eye burning pain. Yeah, understandable. And you got the hard lock. Yeah, that's frustrating. I figured it might be that because you know you speedrun. Yeah, I'm sorry. My condolences. That's one of the most frustrating bugs I've ever encountered. Even go through DLC 3 to more because I hate Fyodor. I don't hate Fyodor, it's just he's slow. So, like, I like Fyodor more than most people do. I don't actually really even dislike the fight, except on a couple builds. But he is slow. Like, on this build, he'd be fine, because I can physically hit the crystals. It would still be something I'd consider skipping because it's slow. Now, Imelda sucks. Oh, I forgot to hold the correct weapon. Yeah, one-shotting a mountain troll is a big deal. That's a not insignificant amount of damage. Gossip would also obliterate the soul cells. If you could hit him, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a little awkward, but I think you could. Hey, Hot Sauce, how you doing? I'm for beer and CC. Understandable. I don't have beer, but I might go buy some today. I don't know, we'll see. Shock against Celissa. Do we just full send anyway? Or I guess here we test out the dark magic versus Celissa, see how that plays out. That'd be more sensible. Let's do that. Start a new Witcher 3 Death March playthrough. Nice. It pews. That'll do it. So yeah, Arcane Bolt just kind of good in general. Definitely worth keeping an eye out for. And we could push this way harder on damage. That's the scariest part. Echo Spell waiting with that element? I don't even know. Lightning? Doesn't matter. What homeless guys see outside this gas station, a frequent 2 big ass Cokes and a bag of Doritos. I'll try to do for homeless. Many people just walk right past them. That's very kind of you, Thermal. Good for you. Speaking of Witcher, they announced the Witcher 1 remake in Unreal 5 and can't wait for it. Yeah, I heard about that. That's cool. That game definitely hasn't aged well, so that's an example of what I'd consider that a good remake. Oh yeah, lightning on armor. It'll be fine, right? Ooh, do I go Galaxy Brain and wait for the weak spot? Yeah, I do. Yeah, yep. That's the play. Okay. Lightning on armor.
Ready to cast.
It's Bard. His words in his
This never happens, honestly.
That was quite a chain.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. Man, it's really just embarrassing how much you die when you try.
Aw. The wall got me.
Come on, let's go. Round 2. Well, yeah.
I'm waiting for Bark to back up. He's just not doing it.
Waiting.
Just doesn't feel like doing it.
Bucket list.
That's fine, I guess. Rosenarv just homes to Pigwort and then just sits and shits on him. That shot is so damn good, dude. Spells go crazy. They really do. I want to make her run so I can try the shock ones against her. Alright, let's do a featured. Even though featured's kind of a pain in the ass. We'll do featured so we can get a make her run in a decent amount of time. That's a frozen orb. That is a frozen orb. I can drop some of this stuff. We take those. Oh, and I'd like to point out that that bunny effectively one-shot we did with an incorrect element frozen, or an incorrect element arcane bolt was also without cursed wit.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Just like,
Enter the chaos.
we could have been using a cryo one, been up close for cursed wit. We could have more damage, just in general, in the spec.
Ready
use Cursewood anyway. It's something I like using now that, not only is it less buggy, but there's also... the trade-offs for it are more clearly defined. Enemy HP is higher, so the damage is more, like, necessary in some areas. It's not required ever, though. And the higher difficulty run you take, the more enemy damage they get due to modifiers, basically. Not directly damage for most of them, but you'll be taking more damage throughout the run. So the loss of survivability from keeping a Curse Wit down is actually a meaningful increase in difficulty. So, like, I don't hate the item anymore. It's pretty reasonable for current Chaos 100. That said, I still do generally prefer not to use it. I've just happened to be using it a lot as of late. That was not intelligent of me. And I out heal. Sanguine Sacrament's goated. Time 17 Boilermaker with Ass +1 spell projectiles making quick work of C46 Trial along with the Frozen Orb. Let's go. Wow. I'm not used to being able to do that quickly. I played too many builds that have status damage and not crit stuff. Just like one Arcane Bolt. Whoop. Ow. Man, that crab pieced me up and left. What are you not immune to? Okay, I don't know. You're not immune anymore. Which room is Gloop in on this one? I didn't forget Gloop last time, did I? Gloop is late. Yeah, Gloop is late. It'd be fine. Think this slaps are hard spell shot things? Yeah, just formula. It is purely just, formula. We don't even have, like, full double knot consistency right now. We only have 50% spell crit chance overall at the moment. Not sure Arcane Bolt hits 4 times, so we still generally get at least 1. But yeah, we just have a lot of formula into our double knot. Tyrant's Truth helps out a lot, because that spell damage is the card spell boost. Bunny Room 1, Bark Room 4, Loop Room 7. Thank you, sir. What's my spell crit with Spellblade active? Spellblade pushed me to 65%. That shot doesn't even have Fire Sniper to hold laser hands melt everything. Yeah. A mosquito's kind of trying. As you recommend having, plan on coming back to this game soon. I don't really play gun builds, Pollution, so I have a lot of different stat sticks I like, but I don't really play gun builds, so I'm the same stuff as before. I do melee, I do spells, I do dots. I feel like this is a pure spellcaster build right now. We're just pew-pewing.
Tell everyone how impressive I am. Oh, right, I will. Carry on. Finally, that cooldown took ages. You must be lost. Let me show you the way out. All magicked out, I'm afraid.
Obviously, Ludite's hilarious. Yeah. Torg stickies in general are great. White Rider. Shadowfire. Fragment Rain. Bunch of different black powder shotguns. Catatumbo, head cannon. Bunch of different black powder pistols. Spriggans, Nightshades. Skeet Prod. Like, there's too many good guns to be listed. There's like guns haven't changed much since release. Yeah, the perception is that they have because there's a lot of things that people didn't really give the time of day to. But in terms of balancing,
Ammo up.
hasn't changed that much. There's some that were brought into the forefront that weren't there before, like Sword Explosion used to be a joke. Shadowfire used to be a joke. But things like Fragment Rain was always good, even before Fragment Rain got buffed. Ruby Spite is 30% weaker than it used to be, and it's still arguably the best gun in the game. Catatumbo took like a 7% nerf or something, and no one would notice. Silkoff Pistol with fire and scroll wheel is silly. Oh yeah, that's probably the highest theoretical gun DPS in the game, for being honest.
I hate waiting. Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Magic card.
The knockback is making me just barely miss. It's frustrating. There we go.
Got an easy mark over there. Get closer than I'd like.
Oiled mages do so much damage.
Hardly getting started.
Margaret Sawmill rip. Yeah, Sawmill's like you could still make it work right now, you just have no reason to. But yeah, Sawmill's about the only thing that was killed by a nerf in this game. I guess indirectly Pandemasium, but different. Fall of Great Bow makes me sad. It's still good. It's just the threshold of what you need to do damage has gone up. Still an above average gun. It's just the fire rate and ammo consumption and downtime in general have caught up with it. Because you just need to pull the trigger more times, so the practical DPS has gone down, even though the actual DPS has remained the same.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you?
For a lot of gun balancing happening first few weeks since the end of month 2, guns been kind of stable except Samo. Yeah. Guns have been stable for a while. Probably DLC 3 is when gear meta kind of coalesced into what it is for the most part. It's like DLC 3 is also when a lot of the spell buffs happened. Like that's when Inflammation buff, Frozen Orb buff, Arcane Bolts, Dazzler, Barrel Maker, Laser Hand, all those buffs happened then.
Finally, that cooldown took
Loot is like Chaos level 30. Okay, that's still viable. And I think what you're saying is you... Because, like, loot doesn't go up by Chaos level like that. Like, the best loot in this game is still obtainable as early as Chaos 50, despite the fact that the cap is Chaos 100. It's also easier to progress through Chaos tiers than it ever was before. It only takes 10 runs from Fresh to get to 50. So, your gear, because they've stretched out the progression, enemy HP, your gear is going to feel better to you than it was as you progress. And that'll remain the case until about Chaos 60. At which point it'll start getting harder. But by that point, you'll have gotten to drop rates and Chaos tier rates that make it easier to get upgrades. So basically, farming and progression is the best in this game it's ever been. It's way better as of the most recent patch. Which was, what, about a month ago now? Hi Felicia, how you doing? I'm wearing the Octavio drip today. So 50 is the sweet spot to start progressing. I wouldn't put it that way at all. Like, you do not need to progress beyond 50 if you don't want to. A lot of people will view Chaos 100 as this mandatory thing and then complain about it the entire time. No, you don't have to. Best gear in the game is available from 50. Like, if that's all you care about, then you don't have to go beyond 50. Now, your rates will improve, as will the challenge of enemies. But optimal farming in this game is Chaos 75. Anything beyond 75 is purely you want the challenge. And personal comfort might be somewhere between 50 and 75. There is absolutely zero reason to go beyond 75 except personal comfort. Because at 75, all gear that drops will be either Primordial or Ascended. All gear. And you will not have hit the maximum enemy HP, so you won't need to min-max your damage as hard. Hey Shalatoa, how you doing? Leave so we can't with that. No, don't leave. Don't leave me. So it's like a flex for 100? Not even just a flex. Like, something that happened a lot throughout this game's life was boss nerfs. Just nerfs to boss damage, nerfs to boss mechanics, and it annoyed the shit out of me and other people who took the time to learn how to deal with the bosses. And there's no way we could have turned that off. So what they did, despite coupling with even more boss nerfs, they gave us a way to have increased difficulty if we want it, but removed the forced nature of it. Like, if you wanted the best gear, you had to be on the highest level, and that was true before that patch. But now, there's 50 difficulty levels above the best gear. So, people who just want the loot aren't put into, they're not forced into the same category, allowing people who want more challenge to have that optional challenge.
So it's there if you like difficulty. It's like if you were to boot up Doom, and put it on Ultra Nightmare. That's not the way you have to play the game. That's not the way I enjoy playing the game. And I'm someone who likes difficulty in games. I'm just not good enough for that. So when I play Doom, I just play on Ultra Violence, which is like 3 difficulties below that. And I'm fine with it, because that's the level of challenge appropriate to me. I'm still getting to consume all the content in the game, but I'm tailoring the experience to my own desires.
Hey, I feel better already.
Maybe trying to style too hard on Zomboss. I'm trying to get soaked and then line up that. I took too much time trying to do it. F. It's science. It's all science. Autocape's still good. Any item you were using before is still good. Any item. Yeah, running that back. There we go. I just need to aim higher. Zomboss can make you pass if you fuck around. Yeah, Zomboss hits hard. Homing attacks. The big suck.
Oh God, the look on your face. Ready to cut.
See, the thing with bosses like Lechance and Zomboss is they don't have a lot of HP. And they're generally memed on because of that. But like, if you let them hit you, they do damage. Now, granted, only reason Zomboss is able to knock me down like that is because I'm running around with less than 5,000 effective HP. So, like, that could be better. On a tankier build, they don't do enough damage to matter. Make you pay, pass, I mean, it's the same thing. Made me pass on to my next life. Oh, there was a barrel there. Fun.
Load it up.
A lot of fucking around and finding out. Exactly. Exactly. If you fuck around against certain bosses, you will find out. Now, this is not a favorable elemental matchup. This is lightning against a boss that resisted, but I just want to see what happens. Oh, well, I mean, hitting her would be a good first step.
This never happens, honest.
Hit this boss? Why is that?
Come on, let's go. Round 2. Heads up, we got company. Well, yeah. Well, that was about what I expected.
I'll struggle on it? Yeah, but why though? Like, what about it was giving you trouble? There's no Rapunzel. She wasn't doing much damage. Like, I wasn't doing much damage, she would, like, one-shot me. So, she doesn't. Nothing in this game can one-shot you. She can two-shot you. The distinction there is important because as long as you build some healing into your kit and are paying attention and not standing on dangerous ground, she can't damage you fast enough to melt you like that. She just doesn't attack fast enough. Also, you likely weren't accounting for her elemental resist. I'm using shock damage against her right now intentionally, just to see how long this takes. But Celissa has a very heavy resist to shock damage. She is not very healthy at all. In fact, she does not have much health. But she's got that resist. So, generally the first half of the fight is the tough part because you're beating through her shield. But if I were playing optimally here, I'd be using fire damage right now, and I'd get a favorable elemental matchup. And for the first half of the fight, there is no favorable element. You just need to use the one that's resisted least, which, depending on your setup, is going to be either dark magic, non-elemental, cryo, whatever's available. But not lightning. She also only has like 2 attacks, keep an eye on, keep moving to avoid them. Yeah, she's got one that's less telegraphed, but she only does that if you're in close range. But otherwise, they're all very telegraphed. Like, she will do several rotations of her staff for whatever she's doing. So as long as you're moving, she really can't do anything to you.
I can't believe I have to reread the spell book every time.
There we go. Those cryo. The problem would have been elsewhere in your kit then. Would have been your choices made in your damage dealing methods if you felt like you weren't dealing damage. More likely, though, you just weren't surviving long enough to deal your damage, or set up your damage. Salissa's not a difficult boss, and the fact that Salissa has been nerfed 4 times and people still have the same complaint, it's the players, not the boss. Like, Salissa's taken 4 nerfs, Wastard's taken 5. Unlike, say, Borderlands, if you're more familiar with Borderlands, bosses in this game are capable of hurting you. They can and will. And it's not their damage, it's their mechanics.
I made this baby, so you have to love it.
Ready to cast. Mag upholding.
Hard to get people to admit fault. That's true of life in general, but especially with game mechanics, yeah.
Louder! Die more!
Probably the last time I played was after the first patch, and that's when people didn't know as much about how the game worked, about how the bosses work, what strategies to use against certain things. A common thing I've found is that people will mistake community knowledge advancing for things changing in a game.
Worried, didn't I?
That's gross. Everything's fine. I wasn't worried. You're worried. Ascended last rights just rolled as spell projectiles to Ascended Cry auto magic. Let's go. Soon we'll return to bosses that stand still and hit you once every 3 blue moons. Please no. I like my active gameplay. Do not give me Borderlands bosses. Please. Give me Wonderlands bosses. Oh, I didn't cast at the same time. Your point-and-click adventures? No. I mean, Grave War mechanics every boss fight, just kind of always critical, easy fucking dodge mechanics, satisfying loot drops. Yeah, no thank you. I'm gonna hard pass on that, personally. No satisfying boss mode 2 out of 10.
Ready and
Yeah. Actual skill issue on my part. Do the thing. Bark? Quag aim. Well, anyway, I started blasting.
time for a spell.
See, this is what I like. A boss with mechanics that are tough but fair. That require you to engage in the fight. Like, it's attacking me. Like, I'm forced to interact with this boss.
Let the magic begin!
That's what I like. See, I fucked up, and he punished me. Deserved.
But I want the magic now! Not done yet! Ah, he should have died. Or blocked. I don't know, not died. Oh, it's a party now!
You ever send a miscontrue being punished for bullshit? Yeah. Possible toxic bark strat, crossbolt and attack the ads, or possible barbeled ricochet. Yeah, that'd be the strat.
Let's get down! Care to meet your maker?
My boat's ready! But I want the magic now!
Ooh, that was a chunk. Yeah, as long as I hit the head properly. This is hilarious. Just pew 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 pew. So as long as you hit the head consistently and keep getting the refund, you can just alternate, and it looks so cool. That's great. I was wondering why the boss health bar turns white for a bit. I think that's when it takes damage? I don't know. Strangely satisfying to see, right? Just successfully alternating arcane bolts like that is just... it's cool. There's no other term for it. It's cool. Checking stuff. Some Harry Potter shit. Except without the problematic subtext and author. More spells. Except trans-inclusive, of course. Same brainwave, of course. Damage and turns white, the white disappears after a bit. I think it's to show how big a chunk you did. Like, in a window of time. That's how it works in other games. I'd say it works, but Dazzler still seems to be better for Maker. Yeah. I would definitely agree with that, Locosius. Because Dazzler is just sustained big. Like, you get every hit of a Dazzler to double knot against the Maker, it just eats her health. But the advantage of Arcane Bolt over Dazzler in general gameplay is you can use it a lot more frequently. Radius status, chance status damage. I tried. Blaze and Calamity with crit chance, damage radius. That's also trying. Pick it up. So what spells have we really enjoyed today? I mean, Wicked Gossip already, Curse of Malice already, but Frozen Orb surprised me. Very, very, very good. Arcane Bolt, a lot better than I was expecting. Triple cooldown Empowering Sigil? Ooh, that's interesting. Like, after a certain point, the cooldown's redundant, but that's cool. Can you unrevive Maker with Reviver? Reviver's base damage looks pretty good, honestly. But if I was going to use it, I would probably want a Sever the Thread spec, which is a weird sentence. Like, do you go weird with that? Do you go down to Sever the Thread and then wear Blast Gasp armor for a Reviver build? Sever the Thread, Theurge, Showmonger, Polymorph? Maybe. I'm waiting about try Reviver Bruce Maker. Cool, sounds good. I would probably still go Deadshot Viper, like, unless you really want to do Polymorph stuff, then yeah, you could do that. Obviously that's just win the lottery and the Theurge, but with how many stats we get from gear in general, like, honestly, the element of the Theurge doesn't matter that much. And with caster builds, the class power on your amulet doesn't matter that much either, as long as you get one that is relevant to your class. Like, you could go Spell or Grave on Deadshot, you go Spell or Burr on Chillmonger. It's just kind of like fine. Because it's a stat you already have a lot of either way. With Grave Power, it's a stat you don't have a lot of, but it's very impactful, but it's RNG. Like, it only applies to Blast Gasp, which is only sometimes. I want to do more Arcane Bolts. Let's do boss run.
Are you prepared? We'll see. Now the...
With Grave Power comes Grave Responsibility. In the end, the best combo for a pure spellcast is Deadshot? Yeah. It just has the most damage, it has the most survivability. The widest arsenal. Most cooldown. Like, see this dot that's not killing me? If I wasn't a Graveborn, that would have killed me. Chillmonger 6 out of 3 double knots what I use. Chillmonger has really good formula. It just doesn't have the fuck you button of Sanguine Sacrament. And, personal taste, old ways being range-based means that, when you're pew-pewing in a way like this, you are often too far to get tangible benefit. But it's viable. It's totally viable. I just think it doesn't hold a candle to Deadshot having Sanguine Sacrament, Blast Gas, Global Entry. If you to respect this for more Constitution, would you give up spell cooldown? Dexterity. I'd give up Dexterity. I'd just pick up more of that on like a ring somewhere, and then take more Constitution.
This never happens, honestly. Ah, fucking cast again.
Cool. That was a chunk. I wonder about radius with this to make it easier to hit certain hitboxes with all the projectiles. Like, if we went radius instead of the crit chance part. Okay.
Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Looks like someone took a wrong turn.
Quag aim.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Hey, Pragmatic, how you doing? Pretty good yourself? Doing pretty okay. There we go. I just needed to aim higher. Zero Constitution Neglector. Only recently have I started taking Constitution less often again. Just because I've gotten so used to having to play in a way where I simply can't afford to get hit at all. So, like, my Constitution is sometimes irrelevant. But, for example, with this multi-class, with Sanguine Sacrament, you're just constantly healing anyway. Sure, more HP is going to mean that you are technically healing more, but it's proportionally the same. So if you're relying on Healthgate Sanguine Sacrament, your total HP ultimately doesn't really matter, as long as you're taking damage infrequently enough.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. Found some of the red stuff.
Like, see, their damage is spaced enough that I can just kind of heal up between the hits. Constitution Shields? It's both. But I'm currently playing a spec that does not allow me to regen my wards through any means other than going down. Or, you know, using an altar. Bloodbag's good option for Deadshot. I wouldn't really say that. Bloodbag gives you a very tiny amount of HP, and it requires you to heal with dark magic while HP is already full. So it's just very conditional for a very minor bonus. I won't say that it hurts you, because it'd be more useful than, say, a purple. But in terms of other amulets, I wouldn't say it has any draw over, say, a Theurge or a Barbaload. 10%? 10% sounds right. I wouldn't say that 10% HP achieved through jumping through very specific hoops would be better than Theurge or Barbaload, Skeep. So I think alternating these is the way, instead of casting them at the same time. I just get to spam a lot more this way.
What have you done? Fine, I'll fight the bigot. They better stop constant.
You think about having a way for a new character being able to jump to 100 facilitates multiple playthroughs, IMO. It doesn't facilitate it any more than the systems in place. And I strongly reject any form of skip to 100 in this game. Strongly. Because we saw directly what happened BL2, where there was no direct skip to cap. People eventually accepted the idea of stopping on a level appropriate to them, or if they didn't want to do that progression, just ignoring it and playing without it. BL3 allowed people to jump directly to the endpoint, and BL3's endgame balancing is the one that got most constantly fucked by the complaints of people who were on a difficulty not appropriate to them. Guardian Takedown, for example, got absolutely gutted 5 days into its lifetime because a bunch of people who were on Mayhem 10 who shouldn't have been were screaming constantly, and that difficulty never got restored. So we've seen what happens when people are allowed to go to the extreme, to the max. It's not worth it. This system that we currently have in Wonderlands is the compromise. It's not 1 by 1 for every difficulty level like BL2. The first half, you go up by 5s. So it's 100 difficulty levels, but in, 60 runs? So you do barely a majority of the runs already. You might not enjoy going 1 by 1 from 50 to 100, but it is still a compromise between going every level and going not at all. Additionally, on some level, the creative vision of the game seems to be that the progression is part of the content. Like, a large chunk of replay value is intended to be going through your Chaos Trials. Otherwise, they wouldn't structure it the way they have. Extra projectile cooldown. That's good. Maybe my aim was consistently bad, but Reviver hardly did anything. Sad. Disappoint. Sad. Wonder why so many folks reject difficulty in Lands games in particular, because they are used to blasting through the game without being challenged by anything, and then the second the slightest hint of difficulty pops up, they hate it. Prove this to you. Billy the Anointed in Borderlands 3 was nerfed twice. Billy's not a boss. Billy is a badass enemy you fight in the story who requires you to move. Just requires you to move. Whether that's strafing,
Doing a simple bunny hop just requires you to move on a very basic level. There was so much complaining about Billy the Anointed's difficulty that he was nerfed twice in Borderlands 3's lifetime. A badass that only requires that you move. And that's story stuff. That's not endgame. That's story. Don't even remember him. Because he's just a named badass. That's all. He's just a forced encounter with an anointed Goliath. That's it.
Magic time. That one's mine. Don't touch the loot.
That was a little tough. He wasn't, though. He's just arguably the first enemy in the playthrough that makes you pay attention. It's different than being tough. But that was enough to cause backlash. Because Borderlands players are not used to being challenged. At any point. So the existence of difficulty is seen as an insult. And because they're not used to failing in anything, any failure must not be their fault. It's bad game design. That's the logic. That's the thought process. So that's why you see people who talk about, oh, the Chaos 50 in this game, you just get one tap by everything. They do. Because they don't dodge. Because they're not used to it. Because Borderlands doesn't make you do that 98% of the time. Borderlands players get to endgame, achieve the power fantasy, go for a second playthrough, blame the game for them not remembering the first playthrough. Also true. $8 mil arcane bolt hit. Wow. To be honest, if combos made harder and damage reduced across the board, like no one-shots, fucked up double-dipping formulas, that spaghetti code, I'd be fine with the game. Oh, and dodge button. What do you mean damage reduced across the board? Like player damage? Like if players did less damage? Because you can just kind of simulate that by going on a higher chaos level where enemies have more HP. You can also use the in-game difficulty menu here. Gameplay. Intense. Players do 15% less damage, enemies do 15% more, and you get harsher elemental penalties for using the worst possible elemental matchup. Like no ability to one-tap bosses. I hate to break it to you, that's never happening. That is not a goal they can achieve. That is not possible. If they give us damage formula, it's gonna happen. Like, even in, say, Borderlands 2, where the damage formula access is much more limited, it's still fully possible to one-shot bosses in that game through various means. And even if you manage to get the concept of one-shots off the table, well, that doesn't stop speed kills, that doesn't stop boss melts. It's just not something that they can prevent. They've tried. For example, the True Trials bosses in Borderlands 3 were implemented in sort of a friendly back and forth between the devs and the theory crafting community. Like, hey, bet you can't one-shot this. And guess what? We still one-shot them. But the implementation of those bosses had so much HP that casual players hated it. To the point where they had to nerf one of them. The True Hag of Fervor had to be nerfed because it had too much HP for casual players to kill before the trial activity timer expired. That's 30 minutes. 30 minutes from starting the Trial of Fervor to killing the boss was not enough time for casual players. Meanwhile, Theory Crafters, the people who they were trying to stop, still one-shot it. Theory Crafters still one-shot it with 0 skill points spec'd in their skill tree. It's not something they can prevent. It's not something worth preventing, either. You had a gun build, you just weren't doing True Trials bossing? I did it with Gunless Flak, and it took me 26 minutes. So, no guns equipped, you know, Sparkplug racks, Hunter Seekers. Took me 26 minutes. Also, the fact that Lance games attract more casual players sort of dictates design philosophy. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. UVHM speedrun is bananas evidence for one-shotting bosses. That's another good example. Let me actually do this.
Heads up, we got company. All magic down.
Redmorn, stop dodging me, please.
Not done yet.
Son of a tyrant. I should really have a non-Ellie Eidolon for this, shouldn't I?
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it. Get him out of here. Time for a spell.
I realize his walk animation looks so awkward. It does. Guess you could call it walkward. Yeah, get it? Get it? Because he's walking. It was a short stream. Oh, it goes pretty well, fam. The first half of the short stream was good.
To me, you're just loot waiting to be dropped. I hate waiting. Ready to cut.
Alright, you know what, Redmorn? I'm sick of your shit right now. I don't want to pay attention. Sick of boss. Wicked gossip. Just change nothing except wicked gossips. I blinked. Yeah, we one-shot one phase with that. Just gotta because wicked gossip is built different. Sick of fighting your boss? Try boss away. Applied directly to boss. Stable Blight, Paradigm. It's like if I was gonna do Trap Scallion, Spellblade focused melee, this would be good. Yeah, that's good enough.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey, Kevin. How goes Kevining today? Not blinking did not help much. I gotta watch this clip. Alright, you know, Redmorn, I'm sick of your shit right now. I don't want to pay attention. Yeah, that's about right.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. Ah, fucking cast again. Can't do it. You can't be serious. This is my competition.
Yeah, alternating these gets you really good uptime. Something I keep forgetting is the impact of these. Because, like, the other spellcasting build that I was doing doesn't have this intelligence bonus, so cooldowns just feel noticeably better here. Does that apeshit broken wrong sound like built different? Oh, Wastard. Wastard, buddy. Wastard, my friend.
Load it up.
We're gonna have a quick conversation. It'll be quick, I promise. Make Wastard great again. Oh no. It's an interesting Diamond Gauntlets. Diamond Gauntlets with 2 double knot is like funny. I'll make room. What can I drop? First you go for spell damage, crit chance, extra projectile. I'm thinking that maybe radius over crit chance could be a shout, because that would make it easier to actually hit the crit spot, which would just have the effect of the crit chance, but consistently. I'm thinking maybe radius over crit chance. Or you could go another spell damage. Make one without crit chance, just aim. I'm curious enough to do the same, honestly. Yeah, I'm curious enough. Let's do a thing real quick. Extra projectile, my beloved. It's so good, Pollination. We've been slapping hard with Arcane Bolt today. It really surprised me. Ooh, I'll go spell charges? Just never have downtime again? charger spell damage, what I'm thinking. Think of an Imminent Calamity spawns 3 at once. I know you can get at least 1 extra projectile on Imminent Calamity. I didn't know you could get 2, but that's cool. Wish extra projectile could appear on Trickster Ice Spikes, would have been hilarious. You can get an extra projectile through that gun enchant. That does make it quite good. So, spell damage, spell charge, extra projectile, spell damage, spell charge, extra projectile, number 2, where are you at?
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Gun enchant? Yeah, there's one, action skill start for 5 seconds, you get 50% spell cooldown and an extra spell projectile. Particularly good with Polymorph.
You can't be serious. This is my competition. Fucking cops again. I'm just getting warmed up.
This is a lot of pew pew. This is certainly an amount of pew pewing. Oh, LeChance, buddy. LeChance, I'm sorry. LeChance, I'm sorry. I don't mean it. It's not your fault. It wasn't your fault, buddy. It wasn't your fault. The wizard-style gameplay we all expect out of this game. This is so much, like, I have more spells than I can cast.
Magic time. I want some magic now.
Or like Leno chance. True. It's gonna be rough going back to grenades. I kind of want Wonderlands 2 more than Borderlands now. Same. I completely agree. Like, if someone was to put Borderlands 4 and Wonderlands 2 on my plate in front of me and be like, you can only have one for 2 years, I'm picking Wonderlands 2, and it's not close. It is not a competition. Just because this is so fresh and unique and innovative. Like, I want Borderlands 4 as well eventually, but I know what I'm picking, and it's not Borderlands 4.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty. This never happened, honest. Feel magical. Come on then.
Maybe next time DLCs, story-related, raid type content, fantasy takedowns, you know. I personally don't care for story DLCs, so like that's not something on my wish list. But you know, more content in general would be good. Content variety, volume of content. Yeah. I'm on board with that. Just think why I also brought up Heckwaiter. I used to observe the polymorph spell's behaviors from a good distance. Also to have a safe distance in case of too much spicy water. That's fair. I can't argue with that. Like, the thing with story DLCs versus things like the mirror format, the mirror format itself is what I want. The execution of the mirrors could have been better. But, like, I have over 6,300 hours in Borderlands 3. I barely have double-digit hours in any of the DLCs in that game. Except, I have triple digits, well into triple digits, in DLC 5, Arms Race, because it's got replayable content. I've got, out of the 5 other DLCs, I have by far the most in DLC 6, because it's got Seer, which was fun to toy around with in one shot because, you know, relevant amount of HP for endgame. The next most would be DLC 1, and that's not because it's my favorite. It is my favorite of the story DLCs. But that's because it's a place to level. Like, there's no replay value, content-wise, in story DLCs, unless they also have something like a slaughter, or a raid boss, or a takedown, or something like that. But, guess what? Season 1 of BL3 did not have that. Just didn't. So, like, I have more playtime increase from DLCs in this game than I do in DLCs in Borderlands 3. And Borderlands 2 story DLCs, sure, they had at least one raid boss each. One of them had a slaughter, but guess what? That slaughter sucked. Most of those raid bosses sucked. I prefer they keep experimenting to get quality of content right, and then worry about distributing it. What about BL3 endgame at Trials, Slaughter Shafts, events? Imagine that variety in Wonderlands. Yeah, BL3 is the gold standard. But something to keep in mind is that comparing any Lands game's endgame to BL3 is going to wind up being very unfair to whatever you're comparing. Because BL3 just has high quality content, most of which was free, and variety in content. And it's a main series game with a long development cycle. Like, comparing anything to BL3 in that arena just isn't fair. Because BL3 is just gonna smack it. Does that mean I want more to be like BL3? Absolutely. Having so much fun with Last Rites, Frozen Orb, Polymorph. Yeah, sounds like a good time. Problem with BL3's content is that it doesn't work. Most of it works. Legitimately pay 100 quid just for cartels to be ported to Wonderlands, not even the gear, just content. Same, actually, yeah. Solid 75 for Haunt. Again, same. Gas Chamber's not terrible in concept, let down by some design, enemy spawn placement, pacing, facts reused from main story, and then procedurally randomized levels or some shit would have been better. Well, show me a procedurally generated level-based game that does not use areas from its story mode. Because where else would they get the levels from? And then, like, the DLCs also added rooms that weren't in the story mode. So, there you go. Having more enemy aggression is just kind of a game-wide thing I would like. I'll agree with that. They have increased the density twice. The density is enough, it's just the enemy aggression. Like, often they'll just run away from you. Those can be made specifically for the endgame content. Yeah, they can, but is that smart development? Why would they not use resources that are already there? Even Diablo's procedural map generation system is derived from storyline assets most of the time. Yes, Diablo 3, for example, has... its endgame is very similar to Wonderlands. The rifts are just procedurally generated using the tile set of stuff they have from the story. Some of the levels are directly just, hey, this is from the story. Over time, over many years, they added more levels, but those are also available as story areas. Love takedowns because it was constant action. Hey chambers, most of the time search for enemies, hide and seek, not fighting. Yeah, that's enemy AI. That's enemy AI, I promise you. Additionally, takedowns have the selling point of you are progressing through an area. You're not fighting in a centralized area, like slaughters and chambers. You are progressing through an area. Which is something shared between takedowns and mirrors. See, if mirrors had been executed a little bit differently, they could have scratched that itch. But just, it was a miss for most people.
Time for a spell.
I missed a lot there. See some dumb skeleton jump on the cliff and jump down, jump again. Yeah, that's an enemy AI. That is not a design of Chaos Chamber issue. That is how enemies behave in this game, period. And if we look at Land's enemy AI, there's a lot of instances of that. For example, in BL3, Slaughter Star, enemies will just decide not to jump down sometimes. That's always fun. BL2, infamously, enemies will down you and then sprint to the other side of the map as fast as they can. I'm sure that's happening to some people running the hunt this year. If I'm wrong here, but Banshee can take damage from spicy water. She's down there. I don't actually know the answer to that. I don't actually know the answer to that. Someone else would have to step in there. So is Lauderstar and Malamutes are just stuck somewhere up above is maddening. Yeah. And that's... There were definitely enough enemies in that activity. Definitely a lot. But it goes to the AI.
Good luck. Who's up for some fun? No shame in losing to the best. My spell's ready.
I deserve that hit. It's too fun. Malon Jetpack is just being inside of walls. Not even that. That's a whole separate thing. I mean, when they would just, like, spawn up there and just hover. It wouldn't come down. They'd just be chilling. The ones that aren't stuck. Oh, hey, it's Redmorn again. Do I just Wicked Gossip the second he lands this time? I feel like that would be prudent. Alright, Redmorn. You put yourself in range. I didn't do this to you. You did. I feel bad. That's an interesting Brutal Stampede. This is the combo that can get Mage Armor. You playing the new God of War? Probably. Will I be streaming it? Probably not. Just because I'm not currently set up to to stream consoles. I mean, I have, like, my Elgato and stuff. I could. I just don't have that set up right now. Just because Deadshot. Ricochet is double dip, and Redmorn counts as multiple targets. Also, Wicked Gossip just has insane damage, and we're on a Deadshot. So it's a combination of factors that make Wicked Gossip just utterly insane.
This is my competition. Time for a spell. Hardly getting started.
It's so much pew pew. I don't know where to get Chaos 100 saves. There's probably some of the community saves in channel in my Discord. Probably. I know Rune uploads saves for his build videos. So that's an option as well.
Nothing like a job well done. Ready to cut.
That was just non-stop casting. Didn't really notice C100 being much harder than new C50. That's the thing, Pragmatic. You're someone who's been paying attention to how things work in this game. Most of you here in chat are those people, because you guys, you know, you watch me and I never shut up. For a person who is already succeeding at old C50, you won't have any problems. But for the people who were struggling, or who weren't there yet, those people jumping to C100 are the reason why I don't like the idea of skipping to C100 being available directly. Those people. Because those are the people who will then go complain about the difficulty and get it nerfed down, not realizing that it might not be for you if you're not willing to progress. Get what I mean?
Back in business.
Damage falls off a lot when there's no crit spots available, I have to say. We get a crit spot back in the second phase, but yikes.
I will not be taken down by the likes of you. What?
One runs an exercise, and you don't have to do this if you don't want to, as I'm learning. Yeah, that's the big thing. And I think that's one of the many reasons it's good they didn't label this game a Borderlands game. Like, any labeling of this game as a Borderlands game was done by fans, because 2K Gearbox took great pains to to make clear that this is its own beast operating under a different core logic. And I think that gives them room to do things like that. In theory without pushback, but in practice with something to point to when there is pushback. That's so much casting. Yeah, lightning on armor, rough matchup here. And you can see the importance of having that available crit spot. But it's still funny. Also causes people to quit since they elected to skip the learning process. Also feeds this idea that people have that there isn't content. Like, there's less content than, say, Borderlands 3. But again, we went over how unfair that is a comparison, because guess what? Borderlands 3 has the most content Gearbox has ever put into a game. That is a really good Amnesia. But like, if people skip the primary time sink in the game, and don't care about optimizing their gear for a build, then of course they're going to feel like they don't have much to do. Like, if they don't want any gear from doing chamber runs, and they don't want to do Chaos Trials, then what are their options? Chamber runs for no loot? That's the content. So if they don't like the build tweaking, then to them there's no content. So if they bypassed all that, then game bad, no content, dead game. That's been the misinformation pipeline of that logical fallacy.
Enter the chaos.
Besides Gossip, I wonder what other poison spell could work well against Vorkanar. Cube is Crumb best. I'm surprised Cube didn't do well. What do you guys think? Poison spells other than Wicked Gossip for bossing.
You're welcome. Oh, this'll be fun. Well, yeah. Come on, you can do better than that. Sure. Cool downs.
Oh, Lance just gamered me. He's cracked. He's cracked. I'm focusing too much on hitting crits when I should just be focused on hitting him. Cube has a nice top, man. That's supposed to meme tier. It's not, though. Cube has map-wide radius with radius bonuses. It applies spell radius boosts in a sort of multiplicative way rather than the additive way. I know people who know those terms don't hate me, but it's technically accurate for this. It's got a very short cooldown, extremely high dot value, can get a second projectile, and has decent base damage. Not fantastic, but decent. For example, a Cube's base damage is about what you get from an Arcane Bolt. They're very comparable. Higher dot than Gossip. Comparable? Comparable. And again with area on Cube. Stacking area radius increases for spells does different things to Cube than it does to other spells. It gets way, way bigger. Projectile behavior? Yeah, if you get the radius big enough, it doesn't even need to actually directly hit things. That's the thing with Cube. You get radius and it just... What about Marshmallow? Marshmallow is more utility spell. When Marshmallow completely expires, it drops marshmallows you can eat to heal. So it's one of very few spells that can provide you healing. But also, you can use it as an enemy for certain behaviors, such as you can plop down a marshmallow and whack it with a live wire, and then the chains will go hit nearby enemies. That's one of the biggest uses of marshmallow. Do the same thing shooting it with a fragment rain.
I feel magical.
Ouch.
Load it up.
Is eating marshmallows IRL also restore health? Thank you for testing. I need to go buy some marshmallows. Surprised we don't have a poop spell considering all the love for that kind of jokes from that team. Right? Like, we had a piss grenade in BL3. We don't have a poop spell. We had a piss grenade and a poop gun in BL3. Can't forget that. There's a poop gun. They didn't poop in medieval times. I feel like something about that is incorrect. Lazy pissed on Emo. Pissed on her eggs. And a burger laser shotgun. And a ketchup and mustard SMG.
Let the magic begin.
I can't read that. I can't read that. I'll laugh the rest of the stream.
Never stood a chance.
I want more food spells. There's a lot. Got what? Marshmallow? Garlic breath? I guess there's a lot of food items. Not necessarily that many food spells. There's a lot of food items in general. Like a bread slicer, salt and battery, barbalode, marshmallow, skeep. Everything with skeep. Is there a cake grenade in BL3? Is this data mine? It's not a data mine thing, it's just in the game. It's a quest reward. What about the Giga Chad OC? That's not food, that's a house of worship. Or something, I don't know. Barbaloda's food name? Yeah, everything in PLC2 is food themed. Or related to digestion, I should say. Because miasmic mail, that's not food, but that is a result of food. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's farts. It's farts. Sushi miasma doesn't sue. I want sushi now. Not to fart, but because I like sushi. Favorite roll? I am very partial to anything with eel in it. A good eel avocado roll changes your life. It's pretty simple, but it's always good.
A healing vial. Heads up, we got company. I think that's quite enough out of you. Fucking casting it. This isn't even fair.
Spicy tuna, classic. 3 things good in this world, and 2 of those are sushi. No idea what the last one is. Thinking about sushi? Gun called the Cheesecake. It's one that one-shots and makes you extra squishy. I'm down. You have the blue cake. True. Hi, chums. I don't need help, but thank you for putting me in a position where I wicked gossip you, because I don't feel like dealing with this. Was that a 39 mil? It's funny how much of a cheat code Wicked Gossip is against bosses. It's like... Don't feel like dealing with you. I think Blue Cake is just based off Yellow Cake, which is definitely not food related. But hear me out. You can eat anything once. Even that kind of yellow cake. We're referring to radioactive material. That's what the yellow cake is referencing. It's uranium. You can eat anything once. Gives you enough calories you don't need to eat for the rest of your life. Uh-huh. You'll never need to eat again. For legal purposes, do not eat uranium. It will kill you. You will die. Hey Mark Live, how you doing? Welcome in.
Enter if you dare.
Alright, let's do one more. Close it out. With the Wicked Gossips.
But seriously, you should dare. Now the fun begins.
I was gonna do short stream. This ended up being long stream. But consider it make up for me not streaming most of this week.
We're having a grand time.
I saw 25 mil there.
Magic time.
Ah, the king is corrosive immune. Awkward.
Healing vial. It's the healing vial here.
See, we got him with a 5 mil bonus element. Reconnoisseur. No. We don't have enough crit chance for that to be a good idea. Gotta send a ×5 Calcon, mine inform me in the gun. So all Calcons are ×5. Basically, it's it always shoots in an alternating pattern of a wide fan and then a narrow fan. And it only shoots in multiples of 5. So like, if you have a mag size of 20, you can shoot it 4 times before you have to reload. If you have a mag size of 21, you could still only shoot it 4 times before you have to reload. So you want a multiple of 5. But basically, if you can hit a crit spot, it's one of the highest DPS snipers. One of the highest DPS guns, as long as you can hit every shot into a crit. Which means you have to barrel stuff, or use From the Shadows and be at, like, close-ish range. But it's very good. Applies crossbolts very quickly. They're sniper crossbolts, so they're long duration kind. Does good damage. Good damage. Ow. Land, please. You're immune. But I have bonus elements. Wow, I don't even get a death save.
That's how hard we bullied Redmorn. I don't even get to live. Game said, nope. Nope, you're gonna die now, you sick fuck.
Fucked around, found out. That's a good amnesia. It's good Red Hellion, too. Puddle tick for the last 1 damage, no death save for you. Mm-hmm.
Heads up, we got company. Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Not just getting warmed up. My spell's ready.
That was a rather violent ricochet. A lot of Banshee today. Not a lot of drill. Some drill, not a lot. Clawbringer Graveborn. Nice. That's one that I haven't quite figured out, that multi-class. I haven't quite figured out. I've been trying various stuff with it since the game came out, and it's like, it just kind of feels like it's almost good enough in a lot of areas, but it generally just falls short compared to other things you could do. Fire Lightning spell, Reaper of Bones done. If you think that's that simple, you haven't tried it. Also, you don't need to do Fire and Lightning anymore with Awe changes. You would probably be focusing Fire spells to benefit from Aw's crit damage more than anything. And then you're in a position of, okay, sustaining Reaper of Bones. How are you doing it? Probably spam casting something fast, cooldown for Sanguine Sacrament, which locks you into short cooldown spells. Arcane Bolt does not come in fire. Inflammation does not do significant damage on its own. So you're looking at probably Laser Hand, which, if you're gonna Laser Hand, why would you do it on Clawbringer Graveborn? It's just worse. But probably Laser Hand. Yeah, element matching and also Wicked Gossip being insane. A lot faster than the Arcane Bolt. So I think we can safely say that even if like a poison Arcane Bolt was a thing, it wouldn't match up to Wicked Gossip. So it'd be a little disingenuous to put Arcane Bolt on the same tier as Wicked Gossip, which is kind of in a class on its own with Laser Hand. But I think the next tier down is like your Frozen Orb, your Arcane Bolt. Ice Spike is probably at the top of that tier. I wouldn't quite put it all the way up, but... Feels pretty good. Guess that's multi-class you Wyvern with, then you're doing Wyvern. Yeah, yeah. Wouldn't do that. Buffmeister, Pixies, Mosquito, Mantle, easy build. But yeah, what could you do with Clawgrave? Yeah, I'm mostly thinking you'd be doing Laser Hand. You could probably do Tyrant's Truth with that, because that'd be 2 class feat companions to give up, so you'd be getting 70% instead of 35. So 70% card spell molt would mean a decent amount of damage. But then the question is, what do you prioritize skill-wise? Because if you're gonna want good spell damage, then you want Ascension. Stacking Ascension is easiest with Grave Capstone. You're gonna want to go that far for Blast Gasp anyway, so you're probably looking at capping out the Grave Tree. Just exactly like this. Then your Clawbringer tree, you get down to this tier, and it's like, I guess you get Firebolt for gun damage, I guess, or you could take Storm Breath for damage reduction, but neither of those Wyvern attacks are going to be applicable. So like you're most likely just looking at Clawbringer not doing anything for the multiclass except giving fuel to Tyrant's Truth, and you get Dragon Aura. Armor wise, I think it's Clawgrave that gets Blast Gasp. So you'd probably do that, or you could give up Grave Power on the armor at all and pick up one of the combos with Awe, which would be more consistent damage than Blast Gasp. Undamaged, not spell damage on the armor. I'm talking about skill tree, Turbo. Talk about skill tree. Graveclaw gets Blast Gasp. So yeah, you'd probably go 10 out of 5 Blast Gasp. Laser Hand, Tyrant's Truth. Yeah, the Grave Tree would just look exactly like this. Maybe even with Overspec. Because nothing after the 10th point of Claw would help you, really. So you'd just be grabbing, like, Radiance to get down the tree. And then Dragon Aura. And then I guess you'd go over here, take a 5th Stand of the Soul, take Lord of Edges, rest in Dark Pact. I'm just making Grave Solar carry the Laser Hand. Yeah, at that point, Claw is just Tyrant's Truth fuel. That's it. But that's a way of doing it. I guess you could also, instead of running Reaper, you could run, like, Storm Dragon's Judgment to get a 2 projectile Laser Hand consistently. That's an option. That'd be something Claw is providing. Yeah, anyway. That's what I do with that concept. Best Ice Spike is still volatile. Beats out all these sentences I found. For the most part, same. Yeah, for the most part, same. Anyway, that was not a short stream. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you for the warm welcome back. Let me find somewhere for us to go. Hawken is doing some Ghost of Tsushima. BZK is doing the Hunt. Ruka's playing some BL3. Pascaroni's doing the Hunt. Deceptix is doing the Hunt. Ken is doing the Hunt. Let's go over to let's go to Hawken. But I do urge you guys to, whenever you see someone running the Hunt, if you got a little extra spare change, donate over there. You know, support St. Jude Children's Hospital. I've got I'm not sure of my plans for Monday stream. There's something I want to do, but hopefully I can make my schedule fit with that. Potentially a stream tomorrow, maybe a makeup stream. We'll see what I have going on. But yeah, let's do some Quag Jads or Quag Raid for Hawken. Thank you for the awesome stream. Have a good day. Hey, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. It was a fun one. But yeah, you guys are great. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and if I don't see you later on, a wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.